Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. Welcome to SAP Transportation Management video. In this video, we will walk through the key capabilities and configuration steps to leverage SAP logistics and supply chain functions for efficient transportation management. Before we dive in, please make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the bell icon so you don't miss out on latest videos from us. In this video, we will be walking through Introduction to SAP TM, Global Supply Chain, End-to-End Flow of SAP TM, SAP TM Integration Architecture, SAP TM Terminologies, Organization Structure, SAP TM Master Data, SAP TM Order Management, Transportation Planning.
So today will be a module 1. So in the module 1, if you see the content which I received, obviously it starts with master data, but I will not start with the master data because if you start with the master data, what are the different features of transport management that will obviously be has to cover first of all, because when we start with the overview part of any transport management, it is very important to know why we have transport management in today's supply chain process. What are the different impacts and pros and benefits we have when we are implementing transport management? What are the features and scope and also the deployment options we have for transport management? So these are the different features and things one needs to know before you actually go deep dive into the system. Okay. So today we'll try to cover that part so that you can have an idea of what are the pillars and components that makes up transportation management. So when I say pillars and components, like if you are from background, you know, like we have got 4 different pillars, right? Like for example, we have purchasing, inventory, account determination, and logistics LIB process. Similarly, for SD also, we have some pillars like starting with the order management, delivery management, shipment. Okay. Similarly, in TM also, we have got different pillars and process components that fits to the end-to-end integration or end-to-end scenario for TM. Okay. So before I go into it, first of all, let us understand what is the implication or importance of transportation. As you said rightly, that it is considered as the backbone of the supply chain. Obviously, it is very aptly answered because no process will work without the use of transportation services behind the scenes. So when you talk about different types of industries, like for example, if you are planning to manufacture goods from different components, or if you are shipping the goods from an online store, or if you are getting any, you're procuring anything from a supermarket, everywhere, every processes, whether it's for any across different industry LOBs, you'll find that if transportation is not working, the entire supply chain tends to falter down. Okay. And transportation is such an important component because it's not only about, delivering or moving your product from one point to another, but it is also about meeting the different types of commitments from different customers, right? So if a customer is telling me that I want a product on this date at this location, it is very important from the shipper perspective that I need to make arrangement for the products and goods to be delivered to the customer, right? So to able to daily procure your goods or sell your goods, okay, you need a module which is actually responsible for making the goods movement from a point to point. So whenever we talk about transportation, it is very important that it's always a point-to-point transfer. So when I say a point-to-point transfer, that means it always pertains to location. Because today transportation always has 2 different points. Point A means is the source, that means from where the shipment originates. And point B is the delivery, where the shipment has to be delivered to the customer. That is the final destination location. So throughout the entire content, you will see that I'll be using source location and destination location as the concept or as the terminology. And whenever I talk about source location and destination location, it is not only about transportation management, it is also talking about SAP transportation management also. Okay. So today managing transports are done across multiple modules. I don't know whether you have heard about, it's not, although SAP is considered as a market leader, but there are different software products which have been launched in the market. Like if you talk about Oracle, if you talk about JD Edwards. So these are the different software modules which have been implemented in the market in order to track and trace the entire transportation process. The transportation process is not only the movement of the product. Transportation process will also ensure the movement of the product respecting the capacity of the resource. So when I say the capacity of the resource, that means you need some means to move the transport, right? So if you're moving from point A to point B, you may use a truck. Or if you are doing any type of long distance haul or long distance shipment process, you need a sea, mode of transport, sea or vessel to move it across. So it is very important that whenever the transportation process starts, you need to know the means by which the transportation needs to happen. So if I now just rephrase the definition of transportation, it is actually the movement of your cargo from from source to destination using a specified means of transport. So these three things, source location, destination location, cargo, and means of transport. So these four dots make up your entire transportation process because all are very tightly integrated with each other. And without this, the transportation process cannot be realized in practice. So if you see my first slide, so in my first slide, you see that there are different types of, the shipper, you can see that. Terminology is very important in TM. So you should be very much clear what is because these are the different part functions which is played by different entities in any supply chain process, right? So you should know what are the different, who are the basically the partners in the entire transportation process. So you can say shipper is also actually called as a consignor. Why they are consignor? Because they are usually the supplier or a owner of a commodities being shipped. Okay, so if I am supplying or if I am owning a particular commodity which is going to be sent across to my customer, then I am a shipper. So whenever you are working for any shipper scenario, okay, and whenever transportation management is being used, please note that a shipper scenario always needs to trigger the shipment process using ECC, right? So you use the ECC as a source system to trigger any shipper scenario. So that's why you see in the figure in the left hand side, if you see my shipper is there, and from the shipper, this is pointing to suppliers. This is pointing to logistics providers. This is pointing to customers as well as carrier. So all the entire transportation process, which originates from a shipping point or from a shipper scenario, is actually interlinked with all these other business partner functions. Obviously, for example, supplier. Why supplier is important? Because supplier is my vendor location. And whenever any type of movement of cargo happens from the vendor location to my receiving plant, you can use transportation management. So that is also called as an inbound freight. Similarly, whenever you are transporting any commodity or goods from my shipping point to my customer location, it is called as an outbound freight or rather an outbound scenario. And in order to, perform both the inbound and the outbound transportation process, we need some business partners who are also called as a carrier or LSP, who will actually be used to do the transportation on behalf of the shipper. So that's why you see the connecting link between shipper, carrier, LSP, customer, and supplier. Now, in many projects, you may have come across that you are only implementing transport management for outbound and not for inbound. Because inbound is something which is actually the responsibility of the supplier, but SAP has given the provision and the option also to monitor the freight which is actually leaving the supplier premises and being received into your plant. Okay, and now what are the benefits of SAP TM system? So as I told you before that we have got different pillars of transportation management. Now, before I come into SAP transportation management, you can see like there are different core features which are available within any transportation process. One is the order management. Second is the transportation planning. Third is the transportation execution. And fourth is the charge management and settlement. So I will come into each of these boxes in details. But when I talk about the different pillars of transportation management, I'm talking mainly about these four pillars. Okay. And these four pillars are so integrated with each other in TM. That's why, without these pillars, TM will not be able to execute it end to end. And there are many benefits on using these boxes. And that's why SAP Transport Management is actually the future roadmap for any of your transportation process. You know that, in our early R3 days, we used to use the Elytra process, right? Like you must be knowing, like in standard integration of SD or MM with Elytra, once you create your order and delivery, there was a process to trigger your shipment document, right?
Yeah.
So that shipment document, yeah. So that shipment document creation along with the shipment cost was an important integral part of your transportation. But there were a lot of loopholes in that process. When I say loophole, you did not have a very extensive planning process. You did not have any extensive tracking and tracing process of your shipment. The charge management, or rather the charge components which you have to pay to the carrier, was somehow mixed with the sales pricing process, and hence you did not have any flavor of a transportation cost component being used. In addition to that, there were a lot of integrations involved. So I'll talk into all these details, where there are a lot of integration you need to connect with different other system, other components of SAP, which we did not have in Elytra. And also, it was not possible in Elytra also to combine your inbound and outbound shipment in one truck. So all these different features and benefits give SAP Transportation Management a big edge as compared to the Elytra model. And that's why, SAP has thought about replacing or rather removing the entire Elytra module with the SAP TM model. Although SAP's roadmap says 2027, that will be the end time maintenance of Elytra module. But what I have heard is that it's being extended till 2030, keeping in mind that huge amount of SAP clients are still in ERP and they have not moved to S4 Hana and the corresponding other TM landscape. Okay. Now, what are the benefits when you are moving from Elytra to SAP TM? So first of all, first point is saying tracking and tracing all shipment. See, it is a very common feature. Like for example, we are suppose an end user. As an end user or as a consumer, we place lot of orders in the online portals, right? And when we place an order, every order gets saved and they generate a tracking ID, right? And using the tracking ID, you can enter the portal and you want to find out what is the status of your shipment, when it is coming. If it has not come, then you can escalate to the next level. So this is a day-to-day feature as a consumer way to it. Similarly, customers who want that, the transportation should arrive at their premises on time. Even some of the customers pay extra money to have these logon credentials so that they know that when they are going to receive the product. So in order to have a visibility of your shipment, to have a visibility of the different milestones being tracked and traced, to have a visibility of whether your shipment will reach on time, all this information is important for the particular, customer. It's not only about customer, but it's also for the shipper, because shipper also wants to know whether the shipment which is being handed over to the carrier is on time, because if it is not on time, it will suddenly impact the service level between the agreement you have with your customer. And secondly, also, sometimes if you are not delivering the product on time, the customers may charge you some penalty for that, right? So it is very important as a shipper that you know where is your shipment. For a particular shipment, you want to know whether the loading process has started, the loading process has ended, your departure has been done, your arrival has been completed, proof of delivery has been reported. So these are the different milestones of your shipment process. And all these milestones needs to be tracked and traced. So the real-time updates or visibility to all these milestones of tracking and tracing is possible using the tracking and tracing shipment process within TM. The next part is the international trade. So international trade, dangerous goods, EWM integration. So these are the different other integration applications which you have with TM. So transportation management, basically, for example, if I talk about dangerous goods, so if you are transporting any type of goods, for example, mainly for chemical industry, pharma industry, mining industry, these goods really play an important role because the transportation of dangerous goods should not be mixed with a normal transport with other products. Okay, because in case somehow if they are transported in the same compartment or in the same truck or trailer, and if the goods are damaged, then obviously it can have a lasting impact on the entire transportation process. So it is very important to know that whenever you are transporting a dangerous goods, whether your particular carrier or a shipment who is responsible for doing the shipment has the necessary equipment, has the necessary truck to do the shipment of the goods. So for that, dangerous goods is integrated with TM. When I say integrated, that means whenever any type of transportation starts with dangerous goods, there are certain checks which is done. And in case the checks are successful, then only the execution part can begin, or else it will always be in block status. Okay. Similarly, you can also have an integration with your warehousing content. So in warehouse, we do a lot of picking, packing, staging, good issue. All these are core functionalities of warehouse. But in case all the packing, picking processes within warehouse is planned by the transportation planning in TM, in that case, we need to have an integration between TM and EW. Similarly, whenever you are doing any type of cross-border shipment, cross-border means international shipments, which is actually extending beyond the borders of the country. In that case, there are certain declaration you need to do to the customs authorities. You need to declare them what is the value of the goods. You need to declare to them from where to where your shipment is moving. You need to tell them whether you are doing any security filings or transit filings, because filings is also done. So all these are part of the international trade and regulations. Okay. And in case the customs authorities are not allowing you to cross the border because maybe the business partner with whom you are dealing is blacklisted. Okay, so there are certain screening process being done to ensure that the business partners are correct enough to allow you to do the business. So in such cases, the execution can be blocked. So it is very important that when you are crossing the international border, you should have a declaration from the customs, and these customs processes differ from countries to countries. Again, TM comes into the picture there. Okay. Similarly, you have got a very important analytical contents with TM. So analytical content means there are a lot of stakeholders who are not interested into day-to-day operational process, but they want to know how is the shipment doing for them, whether the shipment is earning profit for them, whether it's a cost for them. So the profitability part, the different expense reporting part, or you can also have an overview of who are the carriers who are delivering the product on time, the carriers who are delivering always late. So there are certain reports, analytical reports or KPIs, which is required to monitor your entire transportation process. So for that, we have a strong integration between TM and analytics, which will help you to provide all these ad hoc reporting capabilities. And finally, on a day, in a supply chain process, collaboration is the most important component. So when I say collaboration, it is not only collaboration with your customer, that is obviously required, but also you need to collaborate with the carrier. So carrier means they are the person who are actually helping you to move the transport from point A to point B. So a carrier can be an LSP. So LSPs are a bigger umbrella where not only they are responsible for doing the planning and execution, but they also have warehouse facilities, storage facilities. So either the carrier or the LSP, communication or collaboration is very important for any transportation process. And for that, the communication can be done through web service. It can be done through A2A or B2B communication. It can be done through EDI. And the SAP has also provided some standard portal options where the carrier can collaborate with the transportation management part. So these are the different on a higher shell, the benefits which you get when you are implementing transport management.
I have one question. Here, LSP, I understand that it manages transport and it also has warehousing facilities to manage the supply chain of the shipper. But what about carriers? Carriers is something independent from logistics service providers, or uh, I think carrier are the vehicle resources we are talking about, or is it something else?
No, basically there are a lot of, there's a subtle difference between the carrier and the LSP. So when we talk about, for example, you are a customer, okay, and suppose, or I am a customer, I am transporting my goods from Germany to US, for example, and I want DHL or FedEx to transport the goods on my behalf, right? So what you will do, you will call up the customer service of DHL and DHL will do the transport on your behalf. So if you see in that way, DHL responsibility is the core business is the transportation because they are selling transportation service. Okay. So they are also, maybe they don't have the assets with them or they may have an asset, but their main purpose is to not only pick up the goods and deliver. Their main purpose is to entire plan the transport, execute the transport. They do all the custom documentation, custom clearance. Okay. They do also a lot of brokering services. They are also responsible for storing the product in case, you know, the pickup and the delivery time window is violated. So in other words, LSP is at a very much higher level. And sometimes, there are LSPs who are actually also working in closely with shipper to plan and execute the entire shipment. Okay. So such is the power of LSP. But when we talk about carrier, carrier is something, so a LSP can also be a carrier because ultimately responsibility is to do the transport, right? But the carrier in terms of, final performing its functions is not as much huge as compared to LSP. So what are the carrier? Carrier like the forwarding agents. Like if you see in any Elytra module, you have carrier in your shipment document. Their main responsibility will be that, okay, once a shipper has created an agreement with them, they will just come and pick up the goods from the shipping point and they will just deliver to the customer location. Okay. So the amount of work, the amount of, the responsibilities of a carrier is much less as compared to LSP. So LSP is work is a different industry. Okay. They have a different industry, which is also called as a freight forwarder industry. But when it comes to carrier, the main objective of carrier is to just pick up and deliver the goods. So if you see here that there are basically four, pillars, if I say in that way, for transportation management. Just as we have got multiple pillars in ECC, similarly, transport management also has all these pillars. So the first pillar is the order management. The second pillar is the planning. The third pillar is the execution part. And the fourth pillar is the charge management part. And as I told you, all these pillars are dependent and integrated with each other. So you cannot leave one aside. Obviously, execution is something which you can still, do it without it, but the other parts you cannot live without it. So when I will explain to you, you will understand why this is important. So when I see the order management part, so let's not figure out on the right hand side. Let me just explain you first of all the process, and then we'll see what are the different objects which makes up each pillar. Okay. So when I say order management, so in today, for example, when you are planning to move a transport from point A to point B, that means I am moving my transport from a shipper location to my customer location, right? So as a part of this transport, how do my transportation management knows that this transport, this order or this delivery needs to be integrated with my TM? So you need to have some ways, you need to have some activation criteria based on which my transport management system will know that, okay, this order or this delivery needs to be integrated. Okay. So every time an order or delivery is created in ECC, a transportation demand or a transportation requirement is generated in transportation management system. And that is what we call order management. So for example, if we're talking about purchasing scenario, sales scenario, subcontracting scenario, or consignment scenario, various other scenarios where your order or delivery is in place, it may be that out of 10 orders in the system, you only want to integrate TM with six orders or six delivery types, because maybe the third party order need not to be integrated in TM, or maybe the consignment fill up process is not required to be integrated with TM. So what are the different orders or deliveries for which integration is required? That is called as an order management. And this order management is actually triggered from different documents. If you are considering a shipper scenario, so that's where you can use sales order, purchase order. You can also do it from delivery. But if you are considering an LSP scenario, so LSP do not require ERP documents to start off. They generally start their processes with forwarding order. So based on these different order or delivery documents, the requirement or the demand for generating a transportation process execution is done in the order management. So once you are doing this order management part, basically what is the effect of order management? So the main effect of order management is to create a planning document. Okay. So this is called as a freight unit building. So the freight unit building, or rather the freight unit, is the object which is technically created, which will actually tell you that my transportation order and delivery has to be integrated with TM. So this freight unit actually answers three questions: what you are going to transport, where you are going to transport, and when you are going to transport. So these three questions are answered by my freight unit. So freight unit is always created automatically. So they can be created once the order or delivery is created and saved. And once the freight unit is created, that will trigger my subsequent process in TM. So whenever we see that freight unit is not created, then that calls for an investigation as part of the AMS or whatever project you're working on. Because unless a freight, because as I told you, it answers three questions, right? What you want to transport. That means whatever product is there in your freight unit, that product information needs to be captured there. Where you want to transport. That means I need to have my source location as well as I need to have a destination location in my transport management system in freight unit. So my source location is really my shipping point from where the shipment originates, and the destination location is my customer location where the shipment needs to be delivered to. So under the planning section, we have a freight unit creation required. And this freight unit is also called as a planning document because the planning will start once the freight unit gets created. Okay. So when I say planning, so for example, when I'm creating my freight, unit, so let me just show you in the system quickly. Okay. So suppose I'm creating a sales order. Okay. So suppose I'm creating a sales order. Okay, I'm just using a sales order with reference so that you know from which sales order I'm creating. Just to show you, I'll give you the concept of freight unit. So when you see, when I'm creating a sales order, I have my ship to party. I have my material. That means what I need to transport, where I need to transport. So where means my ship to party and my shipping point is there. This is my shipping point. Okay. And then when I click on save, okay. So suppose my sales order got created, and now if I click on the delivery, what is the date I used? Just 1 minute. So I just change these dates. Suppose it's on 20th. Suppose I do a delivery of my product on 20th. I do a delivery on 20th. When I'm creating my delivery, you will see if I go into the change or display mode, you will see that this delivery has a status tab here. So this status tab indicates that my delivery is integrated with transport management. So that is the first thing. Now, when I go into details of this tab, so when I click on this TM status tab, for example, I click on this, I will see automatically my freight unit got created. So this freight unit, as I told you, is the starting point of your transportation requirement document in TM, because unless a freight unit is created, you will not get to see from where to where my transport should move. My transport should involve what material and on which date my transport should move. So all this information is there in my freight unit. So freight unit is also called as a planning document. So if you see here, this is my source location. This source location is my shipping point. This destination location is my ship to party. And this is the, the dates by which the delivery has to be done. And this is the, basically the, the product or package which we need to deliver. So without a particular freight unit getting created, so if you see here, you get a stage. Stage means from where to where my shipment needs to move. So the freight unit is a document based on which the entire shipment process originates. That means it's still on a planning phase. Huh? I have not done any physical movement, but I need to send this information to my transport planner so that he can start planning for the shipment movement. So that is what is called as a freight unit. So yeah, so freight unit basically, I'll not say an exact replica, but it actually captures transportation relevant data from delivery documents, if I say in that way. Okay. So because in a delivery document, you will have many data which is more related to the order management part. But at the same time, because delivery is something where your goods movement is planned to occur. So for transportation process, so the transportation relevant info from delivery is passed on to this freight unit. So freight unit can also be created from sales order. So I will come to that part later on, whether a freight unit can be built from sales or can be built or should be built from delivery. That is a different question. But answering your question, all the transportation relevant info from your delivery is captured in a freight unit. And the freight unit is always created automatically. And this freight unit is the thing based on which your transportation planner does the planning. So he has to print of the product that is possible only through the freight unit. Okay. So source location should not be changed, because if you are changing the source location, then the business objective of creating delivery and freight unit gets lost. Because when you are creating a sales order or delivery, your shipping point should always be the source location. Okay. Now, if you are doing a picking from any other point apart from your shipping point, okay, then that must be reflected somewhere, right, in the document. SAP has given the option where you can always select the stage. So answering your question, it is possible to change the locations. Okay, you can select the select the stage, and you can always insert additional stage or insert any other stages. That is always possible. Okay, that you can always do it. And there are a lot of other information which you have in freight unit. So once I come into freight unit, I will go field by field level explanation to you so that you can understand why freight unit is so important. Okay. So so this freight unit is actually created based on a freight unit building rule. So there is a rule which will define how many freight units will be created. So that rule can be that whether the freight So suppose in one delivery document, you have got 10 different products. Okay. Now, whether you want to create a separate unit or whether you want to create 10 different freight units per delivery document, that is entirely defined and set up by the freight unit building rule. So this freight unit building rule is very important because the entire build up of your freight unit is controlled by the freight unit building rule. And this freight unit building rule you can always see in the freight unit. Okay. So now once my freight unit is there, now my transportation planner comes into the picture as part of the planning process. What he has to do? He has to plan the freight unit. So what is the objective of planning? The objective of planning is ultimately to create a shipment document. Correct? So in order to create a shipment document, basically you need to check how my freight unit is to be moved to my final destination location. Which is the route I need to consider for my most cost optimization process. Which is the preferred carrier I can use so that my freight unit reaches on time. In case costing is my main criteria, I should select the cheapest means of transport or resources available. I can also do always a check if my freight unit is relevant for dangerous goods or not. So all these different checkings, which are the resources who are available to transport the freight unit, all these things are part and parcel of the planning one. So planning is very important in TM. And if you see, there are two inputs to planning. The first input comes from freight unit and the second input comes from the master data, which is nothing but it's your resource. So resource and freight unit are your input to my planning process. And whenever you are doing the planning, the output of planning is your freight order and freight booking, which is nothing but it is a shipment document. Because unless a shipment document is there, you cannot physically move the product, right? So till planning, it's always in the planning. That planning means there is no physical movement of a cargo as of now. So you are just generating the planning processes so that I know which shipment, which freight order, which carrier, which means of transport I should use to do my physical transport from my shipping point to my customer location. And this planning part is actually done in a planning tool called as a transportation cockpit. So transportation cockpit is the planning tool for TM where you physically plan your particular freight unit and create your freight order or freight booking. Okay. And this planning can either be manual or automatic. So manual planning means basically interactive planning, and automatic planning means it's a planning done by the optimizer. Optimizer is an engine which does the planning for you. So either you can adopt a manual process or you can use the optimizer to do the planning on your behalf. But irrespective of whatever planning you want to do, the ultimate objective of planning is to create your shipment document, which in your Elytra word, it's which in TM we call it as a freight order and freight booking. So before I come into freight order, freight booking, any question on the planning? So then once the planning is done, that means once your freight order. So why these two different terminology? Because I'm calling them both as a shipment document, but then why these two different terminology? The reason is when you are transporting something, you can transport using different means, right? Or different mode of transport. You can transport by road, you can transport via rail, you can transport via sea, you can transport via air, anything. So that's why SAP has come up with this very unique nature of differentiating the mode of transport. One, in case you are transporting by road or rail, we call it as a freight order. In case you are transporting by sea or air, we call it as a freight booking. So both the objects are technically same, but the major difference lies in the mode of transport. So this freight order freight booking is actually the replica of your shipment document. So whenever you'll be implementing TM, you actually don't need to worry about whether your shipment is created or not, because in TM the shipment document is replicated as freight order freight booking. And this freight order freight booking is also called as an execution document. Why it is called as an execution document? Because Your actual or physical execution will begin once your freight order and freight booking is created. It is also called as a subcontracting document because this particular freight order freight booking needs to have a carrier assigned. So because you need someone to execute the freight order freight booking, right? Because just creating freight order freight booking will not start your shipment. You need to assign some agent. You need to assign some carrier to them. So that's why it is also called as a subcontracting document because a carrier is assigned to such type of business documents. And whenever a freight order freight booking is created, now your shipment can start off. So now you can say that, okay, my shipment is ready to be executed. And how do you execute the shipment? The execution part is done by tracking and tracing through different events. So for example, you can say, okay, my shipment has departed. So departure is an event. My shipment has been loaded. My loading is an event. My shipment has arrived at the final destination. So arrival at destination is an event. My shipment has done a check-in, check-out at the yard. So that is also another event. So all the different events are actually nothing but the milestones of the shipment can be used to do the execution process. You can also specify in your shipment document or your freight order whether your load plan is being done so that your integration with EWM can start off. Okay, whether your whether loading has been done, unloading has been done. So all these are part of your execution process. Okay. So this execution part can be tracked and traced using event management. Okay. So that was the module we have, as well as in case you're working in S4 Hana. S4 Hana, basically event management is not part of the execution process, but is part of the, is also part of the since EM is not part of the S4 HANA, so there is a cloud-based solution which SAP has launched called as an LBN. So LBN is also called as a logistics business network. So through the LBN also you can actually track and trace the shipment process. Okay. So the execution and and subcontracting is again a very integrated process which starts with your freight order and freight booking. And once the freight order and freight booking is created, another important activity which takes place is that how much my carrier will be paid, right? That is an important part because this freight order freight booking execution will be accepted by the carrier only when they feel that the amount paid to them for doing the transportation service is okay as per their expectation. So there should be a freight agreement created beforehand with that particular carrier so that once my freight order is created, the charge calculation happens automatically. So that's where we come into the fourth pillar, which is the charge management and settlement pillar. So every freight order freight booking with a carrier assigned must have the charge calculation done automatically based on the agreement. And within an agreement, there are certain other components which basically helps you to decide the total charges. So call as a calculation sheet, rate table, scale. So we'll come into these terminologies later on. But you can say this is the pricing procedure. And the pricing procedure actually helps you to determine how much prices you have to pay to the carrier for their transportation service. So once my charge calculation happens in my freight order and freight booking, then the final the final step is to create a settlement document. So settlement document is like your shipment cost document. So shipment cost document, as you know, captures all the charges from the shipment document and then it goes to an accrual, right? The same process is done by the settlement document. So you see here, there is a settlement document called as a freight settlement. Don't be confused with the word forwarding settlement. This forwarding settlement is for an LSP scenario. For the carrier, we need to create a freight settlement document from the freight order. And once the freight settlement document is posted, it will create a service purchase order and service entry sheet so that you can do a three-way match using the invoice verification process. So all the charges that needs to be paid to the carrier flows into the service PO. Then in the service entry sheet, you can see the cost accounting document, the material document. And once that is done, then you can perform the invoice verification process in ECC. So the only thing what you need to understand here that freight settlement does not do any account determination. There is no GL account postings which is done in TM. All the different accrual postings, your GL account postings, your OBYC setup, all still follows the same process to be done in ERP. So ERP, all the account payable process is triggered. But the triggering point of accounts payable is the settlement which is done in TM. So with this, the entire flow comes to an end. So if you see, you have order, that means you have placed the requirement for TM, you have done the planning, you have done the execution, and now you pay the carrier and you settle up the books of accounts with. So if you are working in S4 Hana, okay, we don't need any shipment document because shipment document will be obsolete very soon with the ultimately once the maintenance of Elytra is done, you'll not be able to see any shipment document in the SAP landscape as well. That is the main reason why SAP is replacing Elytra with SAP TM. So you don't need to have two different shipment documents for the same processes. So it will be a freight order and freight booking, which will ultimately be used to replicate to shipment. Because shipment has very limited information. When I'll open a freight order for you, you will see that there are a lot of information which is there in freight order, which typically represents a transportation process. And if you basically see the roadmap of SAP TM, and I'm quite sure all of you follow different journals and supply chain magazines. So as per the Gartner report, SAP's transportation management is a leading software solution. The reason for that is because of its integration capabilities. Because ultimately, for a transportation guy, the shipment is the most important part for him. And this freight order is integrated across multiple applications within TM. Okay, so that's why if you are using TM, you don't need to bother too much about shipment document. Now, before I go into this, I think some of you have asked a question, what is the difference between 2PL and 3PL, right? 2PL is also called as a second party logistics provider. 3PL is called as a third party logistics provider, and 4PL is called as a fourth party logistic providers. Okay, so there are different bifurcation based on different functionalities which they perform. So as I told you, when you are talking about LSP, now this whatever I have spoken to you as of now is all shipper. Okay, I have not spoken anything for LSP because for shipper, transportation is not the core business. But when you come into the LSP scenario, if you see the main difference lies in the order management, rest all are same. So LSP stands for Logistics Service Provider. So they basically provide management and execution capabilities to shipper and other LSP. So besides the shipping functionality, this provider will also handle inventory, warehousing, packaging, and security functions for shipment. Now, the differentiation into different groups, that is your 2PL, 3PL, is completely dependent on what type of functions they are performing. So when I say 2PL, so 2PL means the LSP companies will directly execute transportation and logistics process for others using their own capacities and capabilities. That is, they will use their own fleet and storage capacity to directly execute the transport and the logistics process. So that's why sometimes the 2PL is also called as a carrier. Okay, clear? Now, when I come across 3PL, so the 3PL and 4PL basically don't usually operate on their own fleet. That because they are much less asset focused than carrier. So carriers are always bringing their own assets like their drivers, their carrier, their trucks and all. But when we talk about 3PL, 4PL, they don't operate mainly with their own fleet. That is what I have seen in majority of the industry. So the main objective of this 3PL is to organize end-to-end shipment for shippers by basically, subcontracting its operation to a third-party carrier and all. So basically the carriers perform on behalf of the LSPs to do the transportation. So those are called 3PL. Okay. Carrier is just like a guy who will just come, you call them. For example, I want to pick up our goods. You just call them and book a trucker. So you have to prepare the shipment for yourself. They are not, so in case, when they are delivering the product, in case the customer is not there, they will just keep it there and go away because they don't have any place to store, right? They don't have any packaging mechanism. They don't have any way to get a clearance from the customs. They don't know the process to execute and plan the shipment of their own. Okay. What they do, they just pick and do the delivery. That's it. So in other way, so that's the difference where this 3PL will come into the picture along with 4PL. So in 4PL, they not only provide transportation service, but also they execute the entire shipment, and they also do a redesigning and consulting for a lot of shippers. When I say redesigning and consulting means basically they also, prepare the plan of when to transport, how to transport, when to transport, where to transport, all the planning, execution. So sometimes they are also being hired by the shippers to do the or set up the entire transportation process for different customers. So this 3PL, 4PL is at a much higher level as compared to carrier. Now I come into this part where basically, this is little bit a technical thing. The reason is when we talk about, nowadays the buzzword is this one, like S4 Hana, right? Obviously, today or maybe after a few days, you have to move into this platform. Okay. So that's why SAP has come up with different types of deployment options. It is very important to know this because if you are not sure about different types of integration, what SAP offers in terms of S4 HANA and all, basically it is not going to help you. The reason is after a few years down the line, anyway, you have to be in S4 HANA, right? So if you see this is basically the first version of S4 HANA which started with SAP Transport Management. Although we started with 1610, but basically the more releases came in 1709. So in the 1709, if you see there, so there are two different boxes here. So in 1610, SAP released the basic shipping, okay? And this basic shipping basically had the code line of Elytra. Okay, so when I say code line, these the basic functionalities of Elytra were still visible through basic shipping. There are very limited functionalities you can do using TM at that time. But with 1709, what SAP has done, they have added one more box called as a professional shipping. So these two are actually licenses. So whenever you are using basic shipping, so basic shipping is always focused and it is applicable for both S4 HANA as well as Elytra. When you are coming into professional shipping means it is actually the S4 HANA advanced license part. That means all the functionalities of your standalone transport management is available in S4 HANA. So that is why if you are using a basic shipping license, you don't have to pay any extra fees. But if you are using any advanced license, you need to pay extra fees to the SAP. And in the long-term view, actually, you will not be using Elytra. So we have removed Elytra from the picture. All will be done based on S4 HANA TM. So that's why when I say, so SAP in terms of Elytra, means Elytra module and S4 HANA module, there are few changes, differences in the model, in the functionality wise, you can say in terms of usage wise, in terms of end user experience, there are a lot of changes which you have. Also, in addition to obviously simplification. Okay, simplification is another reason why the S4 HANA product is there in the market, right? So for that reason, we have this differentiation. Okay. So that's what I have specified here, that there are two licenses. One is a basic shipping license and another is an advanced shipping license. So in the basic shipping license, you have the basic Elytra module still available, which is to be used by the customers. But when you are moving for the advanced license, every business user or company has to pay an extra amount for using this functionality. So they require a specific license, okay? And for that, per license wise, SAP charges you some licensing fees amount for that. So basically what happens when you are planning to install S4 HANA. So okay, by default, nowadays you will have SAP TM as well as SAP EWM in the same box as S4 HANA. Okay, that is one thing. So in the same server, you can access both TM as well as ECC. Now, which functionalities you can access without user license, that is defined by basic shipping and advanced license. So with basic shipping, you can perform very, very limited functionalities. Like for example, you cannot perform advanced planning. You cannot perform advanced charge calculation. You cannot perform any TM to EWM integration. You cannot perform any load planning features. So there are a lot of constraints you have when you are going with the basic license, because basic means it is just creating your particular freight unit. It will just create a freight order and a very standalone settlement process, and then it will create your service for service entity. That's it. Okay, that is a basic license. But if you want to do a planning, if you want to do an automatic planning using optimizer, if you want to do certain type of map-based planning, load planning, if you want to do certain type of features such as integration features, okay, in that case, it will not be support. So if you want to have the support of those features in your S4 HANA, in that case, you have to use the advanced license. Okay. So I will send you a document where you can see what are the features which are available for basic shipping as well as advanced shipping. Okay. Okay. So this slide will help you to clear a lot of doubts. So when I say deployment option, so deployment option means what? So see, first of all, when you are going for any client project, maybe right now you are going into AMS, so you know the landscape quite well. But you know, when you are going for any architecting work, if you are going for any RFP work, any type of POCs you do, any type of implementation you do, okay, it is very important to know where, like what type of instances you are going to use for TM, right? So if someone says I'm going to use S4 HANA, so that is actually, I would like to say a little bit in a vague way, because S4 HANA can be anything, right? Means you need to specify, okay, I want S4 HANA embedded or S4 HANA decentralized. That will be a more better way to articulate your stance on the deployment. So deployment means how you are going to deploy transport management in your current landscape. So if you see, there are 5 deployment options. The first deployment option is generally the normal S4 HANA embedded feature, where you see your entire ECC is on S4 HANA application, your transport management also is on S4 HANA. So when we have both the applications on S4 HANA embedded, so this is also called as an embedded feature. So when I say embedded, see, the word itself is quite clear. Embedded means you don't need to have any separate server instances. It's a single server, single sign-on, single login credentials required. And when you just log into the system, you will find or even enjoy the benefits of all ECC application as well as transportation management application. That is the meaning of embedded. Okay, so embedded means you don't need any separate SODs for that. No separate segregation of duties are required to set up by the security team. It's only a single instance. Now, when I say single instance, obviously you can have multiple clients within the single instance. Okay, you can have the 3-tier landscape as well. But even though if you're having a 3-tier landscape, still both ECC and S4 HANA is in the same server box. So please make this clear, the concept of embedded. Embedded means single sign-on, single server. You don't need to log on into 2 separate credentials. Okay. Now, the second deployment option is about your sidecar. This is also, see, another word of sidecar is decentralized. Why decentralized? Because it's not on the same server content like embedded. So if you see here, this is another option where your S4 HANA and your transportation management is separated by a code line. So this code line is the middleware. It can be a PI or which can be a SOA manager, which is actually separating the application between 2 sites. So you need to transfer your data from S4 HANA to TM, and also an update is required from TM to S4 HANA. So you need 2 separate servers here. You need 2 separate instances here. 2 separate login credentials are required. And you need a monitoring mechanism for the transfer of your data from ECC to TM. So that's what we call it as a decentralized version. So in both the servers of the systems are on SAP S4 HANA. Does anyone know what is the meaning of S/4? So it's the 4th generation simplification business suite, which has been launched by SAP. Okay. So hopefully we will not get any S5 or S6, S4 only. But I don't know what is SAP's roadmap for that. But as of now, we will be happy with S4 only. Okay. So this is the second instances. Now, can you tell me why or which client we try to have these instances? Or why you want to propose someone that both are in S4 HANA, but I want to have separate server. See, this scenario comes into the picture when suppose, so there can be two variants to that. One variant, your SAP, your ERP client is already on S4 HANA, but you want to have a separate server of SAP TM because you don't want to have the same release cycles of your implementation for both the systems at the same time. So first of all, I want to have a stability in my ECC system, then only I should go for the implementation of S4 HANA for TM. That is another one reason maybe. Another reason maybe is that maybe, my ECC part is going to have different upgrades and different types of lot of, interfaces, frameworks, lot of RICEPs are there. And for that, I don't want to mix that with my TM because TM I should go for a standard best practice business suite. Okay. So some of the other clients is that then why to in that way, why should I basically merge and mix both the applications in one? Because I have first to stabilize my ECC and then I should go for transport management. Or I don't want to mix my TM and my ERP application developments in one server so that to put extra load on the server. So that's why they do a segregation. So this segregation has to be understood from client's perspective. You can put your viewpoint, okay, because you'll see a lot of benefits are there when you are into S4 HANA. That I'll come into the end of the part. What are the benefits? But the thing is that you need to understand and make them feel that, okay, if we're using S4 HANA embedded, this is the benefit. If we're not using, then what is the rationale we are not using it? So you have to do a little bit of, your as is scope study as well. And you see that what are the things which is there in embedded, which is not there in S4 HANA sidecar. All these things will actually help you to make up the decision. Okay. Then comes the third instance. In third instance, we keep the right hand side instance same, but the ECC part is still in the old business suite, R3 ECC 6.0. So it can be of any HANA or it can be of any database. So in that case, what will happen? Sometimes this is the major scenario we see where currently the current client has too much of developments or enhancement done in your current ECC processes, and you don't need to migrate to S4 HANA as of now because you are doing some due diligence studies. You need at least a 1 year or 2 years stability to do all that. But when you go into the right hand side, in the right hand side, you can see the transportation management server and system. So there you can actually see, okay, my ECC is going to take time, but I need to implement my TM. So what I will do with my TM? So let's take TM on the latest technology only, which is a S4. Okay. So that is the third option you have. Now the fourth option you have is just the reversal of three. So in case of this, your S4 HANA ECC is in S4 HANA, your TM is not in S4 HANA. Again, this is the thing which comes into the picture where you are perhaps working both on a long-term basis or where none of them were on S4 HANA, and now you have upgraded your SAP ECC system to S4 HANA. So the 3 and 5 are actually reverse of each other. And before SAP S4 HANA came into the picture, we used to have this. So this transport management is again a part of a sidecar. So if you see second, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all sidecar scenarios. So the major difference between 2, 3 and 5 with 4 is in all of these 2, 3, 5, you have some server on S4 HANA. But in the fourth one, you see none of the instances are on S4 HANA. So this was the scenario much before 1610, where you have your SAP TM in a separate supply chain execution box, and you have your ECC, which is in ECC 6.0, and they are doing the standard documentation exchange and transfer across for application system for TM. So so now my question to all of you, what should be your selection criteria based on which you should decide whether it's sidecar or embedded? So when you are working on any type of proposals or solutioning work, obviously it is not possible to understand the requirement, all the requirements, right? So what you have to do, you have to first of all understand that, okay, whether I'm going to use the sidecar or embedded. So if you see, when we are doing for particular this embedded part, okay, if you see there is no middleware required because they are using the same S4 HANA instances. Okay, So when no middleware is required in embedded, that means there is no need to transfer any master data or transaction data across two servers, right? So what does that mean? The cost of ownership of the middleware gets reduced. Okay, because you need to have resources who has to monitor different transactions transfer. You have to also require the middleware to be kept up in order to transfer the master and transaction data, as well as any type of error messages are there, all the alerts, lot of communication to and fro happens. So if you see, this is a more simplified data model, what we call in SAP's terminology simplification, right? So that simplification is achieved to a great extent when you are using S4. That is the main pros. Because if you are going in a decentralized, you need to send your master data from your source sender to receiver. You have to transfer your transaction data from sender to receiver, and all these are in a particular middleware. So you can use PI as a middleware, which will map your web services from your ECC to TM, or you can use SOA manager as a direct communication between TM to ECC. So obviously, and also SAP is also basically advocating hard to move into S4 HANA embedded so that you don't need to think about a separate server maintenance. But there is a catch, like I don't know who said the licensing cost, that also you have to be considered, because the decentralized licensing cost is less costly. Again, please don't take it as an official comment from my end, just an observation. But SAP's rate changes based on the clients, because if you have a very strong client who has been using SAP for the last 15 to 20 years with lot of licenses, obviously the cost of the advanced license is drastically reduced. I have seen that. Okay, so don't quote me anywhere, but it is just an unofficially I can see you because your advanced license is a little bit more expensive as compared to the this one. So sometimes decentralized version can be opted out, but recommendation should always be to go with the standard, this embedded part, because that is what SAP is also advocating for. Okay. See, the thing is that it depends on what is the application usage of the particular TM. If you are having too much of interface, see, anyway, whether it's decentralized or embedded, any type of external, any type of B2B communication, you need to have a middleware. So this what I am telling you in terms of A2A application, where A2A, that means both the applications are in the same SAP system. In that case, at least you can reduce the usage of PI. But anyway, if you are going to interact with any type of B2B communication, which is outside your SAP system, anyway, PI has to be used. There is no, alternative thinking. But like if you are having too much of usage of PI, obviously the licensing part also costs a lot of money, right? PI is also not cheap. It's quite expensive if you see it that way. And also you have to think about resourcing perspective. So a resource who is managing PI, from a B2B perspective, he cannot be responsible again to do all the monitoring from A2A perspective, because there are a lot of data transfer which happens between ECC to TM if you are working on a decentralized version. And the latest version what you have, okay, so in S4 HANA we'll have S4 HANA 2020, okay, and in transportation management we have the latest launching as TM 9.6. And SAP has decided not to extend any more feature beyond 9.6 because all the changes will now be done in S4 HANA. So you have to move to S4 HANA. You don't have any option actually. Okay. So, and how come to the TM integration architecture? Please don't be misguided with this terminology TM 9.4, 9.5. Just forget the version now, because the version keeps on changing. Okay. And, but the underlying architecture remains the same. Okay. So, so if you see here, you can directly seeing the architecture on an overview level. That's where TM comes heavily on Elytra, because Elytra is not actually, has not adapted itself to talk with so many modules. It can talk with the shipment processes, but it cannot talk with different other modules with the same flexibility framework which TM has. That's why, because SAP's roadmap is TM, so all the new features, functionalities, developments, the custom products, enhancements, all this being done on TM only, not on Elytra. SAP is not funding anything on any type of new releases and core functionalities on Elytra. Okay. So be careful on that. So don't basically recommend TM now for any type of the shipment process, because that document will anyway be wiped off after certain years down the line. One thing I needed to tell you, okay, so when we are working in either a standalone server or a S4 Hana server, the only difference lies in the order management. Okay, there are two additional documents which gets created in order management. So that is your OTR and BTR. And when you're working in S4 HANA, you don't have these two documents, because these documents are redundant objects, and unnecessary redundant objects basically slows down the performance of the system. So this is the major change what you have from your TM standalone to S4 HANA. Now, when I come into the different integration part, so integration means to which other modules SAP Transportation Management talks of. Okay, so that is very important. So SAP Transportation Management talks both functionally as well as technically. So if I talk about first module as EM, when I come into the integration architecture, so as part of the integration architecture, first integration we'll talk about is event management. So event management is the tracking and the tracing module. So in any transportation management processes, I have, in fact, later on, I have some structure or flows on event management. So let me show you. Yes. Okay. So whenever you are going to monitor any type of business events means, for example, you want to monitor departure, you want to monitor loading process, unloading process, proof of delivery, arrival, check-in, check-out. So these are different milestones of any processes in transportation management. Okay. So in order to do that, okay, you need event management as a module in order to integrate with TM. Because unless the event management is there, so you can also live without event management. First of all, tell me that event management is not mandatory, but event management gives you real-time updates. It, it gives you an exception management feature. Exception management means, for example, if your transport was supposed to come at 6 p.m., but it is not able to come at 6 p.m. So that means there will be a delay, right? So because of the delay, it will impact the entire planning of the other subsequent process. So in that case, you need to send an alert to the corresponding transportation planner or the operational guy that, okay, my transport is going to come after 1 hour. So still the operational guy needs to be there in the warehouse for receiving the products, right? So in that case, an exception, alert, communication can be sent across in case the expected events become overdue. Overdue means 6 o'clock was the time of the planned event. It did not occur. It has become overdue because it has not been reported by someone. So that reporting can come from different sources, that come from carrier, can come from some external interfaces. But all the milestones of your transportation has to be mapped, and those reportings can either happen in TM, or you can also use event management to report the events. But the major difference why we always propose event management, in case you are interested to monitor the milestones, is that it gives you a real-time update. You do not get real-time update when you are using transport management. That is the first thing. Second thing, if you want to know which are the events, so for example, you want to know the list of all events for a specific freight order, which has been reported or not reported. You can get a very good flexibility tool within event management to do that. But in case of transport management, you don't have any standard tool for that. What you have to do, you have to go into individual freight order, and there within an individual freight order, you have to look into individual events. But if you go into EM tool, in the event management tool, you can just give a selection criteria. Okay, please show me all the events from 1st of August to 8th of August, which has been reported. So if you give such type of criteria, automatically referencing different freight orders, the entire list you can retrieve. So there are a lot of features available within EM. Okay, you can also do a resource tracking. You can know where is your resource. You can do a asset tracking. You can also, so in case there are any discrepancies while delivering a product, you can also use events to report those discrepancies. Okay, so in other words, event management is also called as a visibility tool. so that you can have an entire visibility of your supply chain process. And the event management is integrated with TM for freight unit, freight order, freight booking. It does not have any integration with any settlement process or service order, whatever objects you have in TM. Only freight unit, freight order, freight booking are the objects with which you can integrate. And the communication between TM and EM is done within RFC communication. So in case any event is reported in event management, through RFC, it will automatically update in TM and vice versa. Yeah, so that is there. See, there are two ways by which if we're working, okay, I talked about S4 Hana, but if we're talking about decentralized, see, you can have a SCE box, supply chain execution box, and the supply chain execution box can have TM, EM, EW. That is one way. Okay. Another way, if you're also working in S4 HANA, you will see still the configuration, but because we don't have the event management within your S4 HANA, okay, that's why even though the configuration exists, but it does not work. There is no connectivity or linkage between EM and S4 HANA in that way. But around 1 or 2 weeks back, I heard from SAP that they are planning to have event management in S4 HANA as an add-on, but with an advanced license. That means you need to have the advanced license of transport management to talk with S4 HANA embedded event management as well. But event management will be an add-on. It will not come automatically. But that is still on the evaluation phase because we don't have any successful customer story on that because it just got released a week back. Okay, if I say it that way. So in warehouse, basically you perform your picking, packing, staging, good issue, loading, etc. Right? That is how the warehouse activities are. But in addition to that, there are some other activities. There are certain warehouse tasks you need to do. There are a lot of other processes, value-added servicing, meeting, like production integration, quality inspection. There are so many things you can do in warehouse. But so that is a warehouse feature. But you can also integrate transportation management with extended warehouse management through two different services. Okay. The reason why transport management can speak with warehouse management is that my planning in TM will drive the warehouse planning. So in other words, when I create my freight order can send a load plan to the warehouse, and based on the load plan transferred by warehouse to warehouse guy will basically wait for the truck to arrive, and then they will do the staging, good issue, picking, packing, everything. So that means here my transportation management is the leading force which drives the entire warehouse execution within EWM. Okay, so whenever when the good issue or the departure happens from your warehouse for a truck, it sends an update back into TM as well as ECC. So this entire integration or the touch point between ECC, TM and EWM is also possible using TM as a the sending system. And you can actually connect your transport management with extended warehouse management. So you see that there is a direct web service. Okay. So in case you're using an embedded part, you can use a web service or a PI basically also to set up the transfer of data between TM to EWM and vice versa. So if you are using a S4 HANA, you should use SOA Manager as the point-to-point or direct communication between both the systems. Okay. Yeah. The third integration, what you have is with the GTS. So GTS, I told you, it's a global trade service. So global trade service means whenever you are actually transferring any type, or rather not transfer, I will not use the word transfer, but I will use the word communication. That means whenever you are actually doing any type of international shipment, you need to communicate the shipment information to your customs authorities. For that, there has to be an integration between TM and customs authorities. And for that, we use GTS. So TM and GTS talk to each other, and GTS through IDOC talk to your customs server. Because customs system is not in SAP. They are in non-SAP or legacy system. So GTS needs to receive the confirmation from my customs authority that, okay, this shipment can be moved from one source to another. And once that information is sent back by GTS to TM, then only the execution block gets removed. What does that mean? This means that unless I receive a confirmation from the customs authority, the execution block will remain and you cannot do any type of execution using TM. Okay. And this GTS can talk with again by two different things. Either this GTS can talk directly through your SOA manager also when you are using the web service direct, or you can also talk with through via PI. Okay. So when it is a direct service, it is a SOA manager. When it is an indirect service, it is always via PI. Okay. Next comes the ERP part. So I think ERP part, more or less, you guys will have an idea. So if you're working in S4 Hana, you can have both a sidecar as well as a decentralized version. Okay. So when you are working in the S4 Hana content, if you are using your S4 Hana embedded, we don't need to have any mechanism to transfer your master data and transfer your transaction data because it's in the same system, right? But whenever you are using any type of decentralized or sidecar scenario, then you need to think about how to transfer your data from ERP to TM. So that's where you see there are there are two options. Option is one is direct, where you can use your SOA manager to transfer your data from ERP to your TM. And second is your indirect method where you can use PI. So PI has lot of services. So using that services, the source and the receiver can communicate. So every service carries a data segment. They have a data content. It's type of a package, you can say, which transfers the data from your source to receiver. So that's why whenever you are using ERP, in case you are using your S4 HANA, you don't need any type of this because the communication between S4 HANA, TM and ECC is done through RFC. So if you are doing a BGRFC setup, BGRFC means background RFC call. The background RFC call is the mechanism by which ECC and TM talk to each other in S4 HANA. But if you are using a decentralized version or a sidecar version, then either you can use web service through PI or you can use also through SOAMX. And if you see there is another button which is going up called as a SIF. SIF means if you want to transfer your master data from your ECC to TM, in that case, you need to use the SIF technology or framework to basically transfer that information from sender to receiver. Any question?
So the SIF technology is through the web service, right?
No, SIF technology is through queues. SMQ1, SMQ2. So when you are using SIF, that means the master data transfer is happening and that master data transfer is through SIF, through queues. But when you are transferring your transaction data, the transaction data transfer is always done using PI web service. And if you are using your S4 HANA system, so in S4 HANA, we always transfer the data from source to from TM to ECC using RFC. Because you're using RFC, you don't need any middleware between them. You have got another few integrations, like for example, GIS. So GIS stands for Geographical Information System. The Geographical Information System means what? So for example, if you want to send the latitude, longitude, altitude for a specific location and to be provided by a specific service provider, then you can integrate that geographical information system to TA. Because based on the geographical information system, the latitude, longitude, altitude can be determined for a particular location. And then it will help you to maintain the actual distance and duration taken to cover a particular transportation process. So that's the usage of GIS. But if you are using a GIS, basically like Nokia or other service provider, you need to buy a server or license for them to interact with them. So in case you are using a GIS, again, the integration of GIS can be done through web services direct, or if you are using an indirect if you want to do indirect communication, you have to do it via IGS. And that IGS talks with TM using RFC. Okay.
IGS would be?
Is an integrated geographical system or indirect geographical system. Okay. And the most important part here is this optimizer. So as I told you in the 4 pillars of TM, that you can do the planning part either manually or automatically, right? If you remember this. So when you will be doing the planning part can be done either manually, that is your interactive planning, or automatically. And as part of the automatic planning, so in that case, you need to have the optimizer in the system. So this optimizer is the engine. You can say it's an engine which runs in C++ language, and that engine actually does the planning for TM. So you have to install an optimizer if you want to do all automatic planning. And automatic planning is a lot of functionality is there, but many clients don't use optimizer. I'll tell you what are the different constants we have later on. But many clients is still especially for transportation business, because you already have a predefined carrier, predefined charges to be paid. So why to invite an engine which will do the planning based on the data? So in case some data changes, then your entire output gets changed. So that's why many clients still wants to go with the manual planning rather than automatic planning. But if you want to do automatic planning, you have to use optimizer, and the version is 13.0. Rather the latest one is 14.0. Okay. So see, whether it's standalone, whether it's this one, you have to always install optimizer.
Okay.
Optimizer is a component. Okay, so that component installation has to be done irrespective of what version you are using. If it is connected through ECC also, that is the standalone you were saying. Okay, in that case, I have seen, see, optimizer installation and connection is not very complex in terms of license fees. Also, it's quite very negligible. Okay. So depending on the client, you know, sometimes SAP do not charge anything, even if you are working on your standalone server. But if you are working in S4 Hana, and in case you want to have the advanced license, then only you can get optimizer with that paying of additional cost. Similarly, you can also have and that connection or updates is based on RFC. You can also have an connectivity with ADS. ADS, I think all of you know that in case you want to do any printout of any forms and all, the Adobe forms, in that case, you have to build up an RFC with the Adobe server. You can also have an integration with BI, BW. So in case you need to perform some analytical contents, analytical analysis, in that case, the business information warehouse content can be used there, which is called as a BI and BW. You can also have an integration with modules such as CRM. You can also have an integration with yard logistics. Yard logistics means suppose the truck is entering the yard and you need to monitor where is your truck, whether the truck has performed check-in, whether loading has been done, unloading has been done. So the entire movement of the truck within the yard can be integrated between TM with yard logistics. So if you want to have that, then you can also have an option to integrate with yard logistics as well. So there is a slide which is called as a terminology. Why I have included this slide? Because sometimes, you know, because we are all from ECC background, so sometimes it's very important that it should stuck in our mind what those particular business objects does. So when I say business object means where the different transactions are taking place, those are called business objects. So there are a lot of business objects in TM. So if I talk about, you know, if you remember, I told you about OTR. So all of you know about this sales order, purchase order, stock transfer order, right? So these are also called as this generates the transportation demand. So all these objects are actually representing sales, procurement or transfer, right? And so the demand in your TM is actually on these objects. Okay. Then you have got other objects called as an OTR or DTR. So in case of sidecar, what happens? This is only applicable for sidecar because in S4 HANA you don't have these objects because these are again redundant objects. So whenever you want to transfer or link your sales order with your transportation management process, we have a document called as a OTR. OTR means order based requirement. So order means all the orders which is created in ECC will be linked to your TM through your OTR. Similarly, when you are creating an outbound or inbound delivery, that can also create a DTR. So OTR is not mandatory. DTR is mandatory because you can still live without having the transportation demand not generated from order but from delivery. Okay. Then we have an object called as a forwarding order. So forwarding order is the starting point for any type of LSP scenario. So if you go into this, I told you that for shipper it ends here. But if you're working for an LSP, you need to start on with a process called as forwarding order, and that forwarding order will create a freight unit automatically. So instead of using these documents, you use this document for forwarding order. The forwarding order is actually the object for LSP scenario. Okay. So here the shipper and the customer needs to agree with the definite terms and conditions, and based on that, the forwarding order will create a freight unit automatically. The next object we'll see is freight unit. So freight unit is the smallest unit of transportation. When I say smallest unit of transportation means it can be a cargo, it can be product, it can be a package, it can be a container, it can be any type of handling unit equipment. So whatever you want to transport, that is a freight unit. So whenever you are transporting something, you always need to know what are you transporting, where you are transporting, when you are transporting. And always note that this freight unit is always linked to your shipment document. So freight order, freight booking always will have a linkage with your freight unit. Any question till now on the left hand side? Then we come to the right hand side where you have some terminologies called as a freight order, freight booking. I think this is quite clear to everyone. So these are my shipment documents. This is also called my execution document, or this is also called as my subcontracting document. So in case you are planning to move your transport using sea or air, we call it as freight booking. And whenever you want to transport using road and rail, we call it as a freight order. In addition to that, we have got some other master data. First of all is a resource. Why resource is important? Because if you are moving your transport from point A to point B, for example, you need some resource to move them, right? Without involving resources, the transportation cannot happen. Similarly, if you are planning to move from port to port, you need a vessel. If you are moving from airport to airport, you need a flight. So all these are resources. So every resource has a capacity, and you need to make sure that the capacity of the cargo which you are transporting should not exceed the capacity of the resources. In addition to that, we also have schedules. So again, this is a master data. So again, when I come into the master data, I will show you in details. So schedule means it is a sequence of stops. So basically, for example, suppose if you are traveling from Mumbai to Hyderabad every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and you are catching the Indigo flight. So Indigo will have a schedule every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., right? So based on that flight's departure, schedules are created. So schedules will actually provide you an overview of the arrival and the departure date. And by doing that, you can also create a freight order, freight booking from a schedule. Because in a freight order, freight booking, we generally have your loading date, unloading date. So the loading and unloading information in your freight order, freight booking can be captured also from schedule. Because in schedule also, you have arrival date, departure date. And finally, you have the settlement documents, trade settlement. I think all of you know as of now that this is a shipment cost document. So the document which is posted so that your service PO and service entry sheet is created is called as a settlement. So if you see here for a shipper, once my settlement document is created, it inherits all the information from my freight order. But when I'm talking about my forwarding settlement, so forwarding settlement is an LSP terminology which is always created from a forwarding order. So in case, so for example, I am a customer, I want to have my shipment from Germany to USA. I call up DHL or FedEx. I tell them to transport my goods. Now, while they do the transport, I have to pay them, right? So that means if you are implementing TM for DHL or FedEx or UPS, you need to install SAP in their own premises. And because you are getting a payment from the customer, okay, in that case, what I will do, I have to create a settlement document. So that settlement document is also called as a forwarding settlement. So this forwarding settlement is a revenue to my LSP because it will ultimately create a billing document. And freight settlement always create a invoice document. So freight is always my cost and billing is always my revenue. And this forwarding settlement document will always be created with a forwarding order. That means once a forwarding order is created, now I as a DHL or FedEx know how much I will be paid by the customer. So I can do an automatic charge calculation and then I can trigger my settlement process to do my billing document.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the purpose of the career determination in SAP TM? A. To assign careers to delivery items. B. To optimize transportation routes. C. To calculate transportation costs. D. To schedule delivery appointments. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section. Future proof your supply chain career with SAP Transportation Management expertise. ZaranTech offers in depth SAP TM training program designed to help you master this powerful logistics solution. With easy to grasp online video modules, this course breaks down end to end processes of freight orders and shipment management using SAP TM. From transportation planning to track and trace visibility, you will gain hands on practice configuring and operating SAP Transportation Management. Check out our testimonials on our website from professionals who have become sought after supply chain experts after taking this career boosting course. You will be confident applying your skills in roles like logistic manager, transportation analyst, and shipping coordinator, and more. Whether you want to stand out in your current organization or explore new opportunities, SAP TM skills are highly valued for top employers. Give your resume a competitive edge and enroll in our SAP Transportation Management course today. So, click below the register SAP TM course details. Let me know how I can help answer any questions about growing your skills in the transformational SAP solution.
So today we will have obviously some hands-on in the organization structure setup. But before that, I would like to spend some few minutes on what is the org structure for TM. And when you are setting up the organization structure, please note that the org structure, whether you are setting this in your S4 Hana or whether you are setting it up in standalone, the organizational structure always remains the same. There is no difference in the setup in the content level whenever you're setting up TM for any of the components. Okay. So before coming into the org structure setup, so I'd like to know what do you understand by organizational structure? So if I say in a way, like different elements of an organizational structure are actually used to map an enterprise operational framework where different functions of your logistics and financial processes occur, right? So an organizational structure also allows you to create some models which is actually applicable on a legal, geographic, or for organizational boundaries for different components of your enterprise. Okay. So through the enterprise structure setup, the framework is built, and within that framework, all the different applications, transactions, execution of transactions, processes occur. So it is very important to know what are the different organizational structure we set up in TM. Now there is a thing what you need to know when we talk about organizational structure in SAP transport management. There are two components we talk of. One is your internal org structure. Okay, so these are the org structure which you actually basically set up when doing any type of transportation management system setup, as well as also we have the master data component, which is although segregated from the organizational structure, but all different master data is very interconnectedly linked with different organizational components in TM. So that's why when we are talking about organizational structure, we talk about the internal organizational structure, which represents the organizational entity, as well as we'll also come up with the different master data, which makes up the entire organizational structure. So today we will mainly focus on the organizational structure which makes up the inter-enterprise framework for TM. Now, if you see in this particular org structure component, there are three important roles what we see. Okay. So one from the perspective of selling, one from the perspective of purchasing, and one from the perspective of planning. So whenever you are working for any shipper scenario, okay, so that means where your core processes are created in your ECC system, where you have your orders or deliveries in place, there we need to have purchase org and planning execution org. Okay. The reason why I come into this, why we need this, and when you are working for an LSP scenario, LSP means a freight forwarder industry scenario. At an order management level, we need the sales. Okay. So when you are doing for a shipper, especially in S4 Hana also, we don't need any sales organization at that point. But if you are working for an LSP at the order management level, we need a sales org as well as the purchasing and the planning based on the execution and the planning process. Now, what are these different components? See, why sales organization is required. So if you think about a freight forwarder industry, so freight forwarder industry means like LSP industry, whose main business is transportation. They want always to sell their transportation service. So if you call up DHL or FedEx, and if you are transporting goods from Germany to US, what do you want to do? You would like to basically contact them because DHL, FedEx sells transportation service. So that's why when you are implementing TM for a LSP scenario, the triggering point is your forwarding order, not the standard sales and delivery process. And in a forwarding order, sales organization is required because the main objective of sales organization is to trigger the selling activities within the organization. Okay. When you are coming to a shipper scenario, in a shipper scenario, basically as a shipper, we are not selling anything. Okay, so leave aside the commodity part because commodity procurement or selling is not part of transportation business, right? So when I'm implementing TM for a shipper, I am actually procuring or purchasing the service from the carrier. So because we are purchasing the service from the carrier and we are not selling anything, that's why in shipper we need purchase org and purchasing group, that is another entity which is actually being used to support our procurement of the services. Okay. Similarly, when you want to plan anything, when I say plan, that means my shipper is planning the transport. So even if it is internal fleet, they would like to plan that. And if it is external fleet, it will be the carrier or the third party will be doing the planning. But in case you are also doing your planning within the particular enterprise, you may use planning and execution organization. This is not a mandatory thing. It is not a mandatory that you need to have planning execution organization. You may still skip the creation of it. But sometimes many of the companies want to have this organization because the main objective is to, have a body which will perform the transportation planning on behalf of the shipper. So that's why the planning and the execution organization is there. So there are two components to that. I just make it in a notepad. For example, so when we create any organization structure, okay. So first of all, from the sales perspective, we have sales org, and you can also create sales office and sales group. Okay. From the purchasing perspective, because you are procuring the services from a carrier who will be responsible for doing the transport, you have purchasing org and purchasing group. Okay. And when you are having the planning, because as I told you yesterday, the transportation planning is a very important component of your planning process. So when you will be doing a planning, so you will doing a planning execution org and planning execution. Okay. So why this organ group is there? Organization is actually that particular entity which does the planning, and group means mainly for reporting purpose. They generally monitor whether the organization is doing the planning properly, and accordingly for the reporting capabilities and all, the purchasing group is there. Similarly, purchasing organization. Purchasing organization has a direct relation to the carrier because a purchase org negotiates with the carrier how much they have to be paid for the transportation prices, right? Because when a carrier is picking up the goods and delivering it to the customer location, he will charge certain amount to pick up the goods and deliver. So for that, purchasing org is that entity who will negotiate with the carrier. So a freight agreement has to be there. So when a freight agreement is there, based on that agreement, the carrier will charge you. And in order to build up the freight agreement, it is a purchasing org who actually negotiates with the carrier on the rates and the validity. And purchasing group is the group of people or group of buyers who are responsible for monitoring the entire purchasing process. Similarly, I think all of you are mainly from SD background, so you must be knowing what is the functionality of sales office sales. Okay. So any question on the definition of the org structure? No, it's not a PO to a carrier, it's a FO to the carrier, freight order. Okay, because freight order is a shipment document. So when we are creating this purchase of purchasing group, basically we need to have a reference of your ECC. Why I tell you? The reason is when you are creating a purchasing org, you are creating an agreement with the carrier. Based on the agreement, you will have the charge calculation in your freight order, right? And once the charge calculation is there in your freight order, you create a settlement document. So that is a process I discussed yesterday, if you recollect. Now, once you are posting the settlement, it will create a service PO so that the invoicing can be done to the carrier. Now, as you know, for a service purchase order, we need a purchase of and a purchasing group to be there in a service purchase order, right? So you need to map or refer to any ECC purchasing org when you are creating the purchasing org in TM. So that later on, this purchasing org and this purchasing group can be referred to when you are creating a service PO and service entry sheet in your ECC part after the posting of your FSD happens. I repeat one thing here, please don't mistake the purchasing of purchasing group which we do for your commodity procurement. That should not be the same one which we should use for purchasing of purchasing group for the transportation. So during any type of blueprinting phase or when you are doing any requirement gathering, it's a recommendation or suggestion that please segregate the purchasing of for transport companies separate to that of the commodity purchase. Because commodity is something you are procuring from an external supplier, and here you are procuring the services. So one is the service, one is the actual procurement. So it should be differentiated based on the purchasing. Okay, so that's why suppose in your particular project, if you are working with 10 different purchase org, try to create an 11th purchase org which will primarily be used only for transportation process and not for commodity procurement. Is it clear?
Okay.
Clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before I just begin this, so suppose I am a transport company, okay, or rather the shipper has a transport company. So whenever a shipper is doing the transport, basically he has the tendency or he would like to basically book all the transportation cost into a specific GL account, right? And whenever you want to book the cost to a separate accounting process, you need a company code to validate whether the reconciliation is going to happen at the end of the year. Okay, so this company code basically can refer to any existing dummy code of ECC as well, or you can leave it as it is. Okay, so I have to show you what I mean by that. So this is my TM system. In order to create any organizational structure, so I have not specified here company organization here. Okay, so this is all the part which you have, but you can also create a company organization on the top. So that this is the umbrella, and under this umbrella, the entire sub entities are there. So for example, in your particular shipper company, you have two branches. One branch is taking care of your entire procurement part. One company ID is taking care for the entire selling part, and another company ID is taking care for the entire transportation. So that they can book the transportation cost in a complete different books of account. Because in the year end, some of the companies want to have a reconciliation separately your transportation cost with reference to your procurement cost. Okay. So that's the reason why you can create a company org, you may not create a company org. But I will show you with reference to the creation of a company org. Okay. So in order to create your enterprise structure, the transaction code is PPOCE. So please note SAP TM is a web-based product, web UI product. Okay, the user interface technology framework is completely different as compared to ERP. So the transactions to create the screens which you'll see is little bit different as compared to the standard ECC GUI screens. Okay, so this is the transaction which we use to create your specific organization structure. So the transaction code is PPOCE. I click on create. And when I click on create, system will ask me for which date to which date you want to create your organizational object. I say I want to create it from till 9999. That means till the end of the entire SAP system. Okay. So my scenario is, so this is the scenario I am talking about, where my objective is that my transportation should start from Germany and it should end in US. Okay. And the intermediate locations are the ports. Okay. So in case my transportation is starting from Cologne and is ending at Chicago, so I am planning to create my company organization who is responsible for doing the shipment at Germany only. Okay. So that's why I will create, when I will be creating the nomenclature, I will create with Germany nomenclature. So first of all, I want to create a company organization. So I give a nomenclature, for example, company code. So this is a free text. You can give any name. Okay. So please note this organizational ID which I'm providing is not actually used in your TM business documents. I'll show you which documents, which number is used in TM document. So so for example, company org for shipper in DE. And then when I go into the org data, you will see a number got created 500854. Okay. So this number is the number which will create, which will be used in your different business documents. Okay. And when you will be creating or using this organizational ID, see right now we have not specified whether it's a company org or whether it's a purchasing org or something. So in order to have that, we click on this create button. And when you are creating on the create button, it will ask for the function and the role. So my function is company and my role is organization. Okay. I click on this create button. And when I click on this create button, you will find that there are screens which will help you to enter some values. So this value which you see, BSG org unit. So this BSG org unit is the ECC references part which you can do. So for example, if you want to refer to any ECC company code which needs to be linked for your reconciliation purpose with reference to TM, this is the BSG, Business System Group. BSG stands for Business System Group Organizational Group. So here you need to maintain the ECC org unit which you can refer to. So now, if you want to create or refer to your ECC, you can always go to the enterprise structure. You can go into the definition. You can go into the logistics, financial accounting part. And here you can specify which company code you are going to use. Okay. So suppose I'm going to use this company code for my creation of my data. So you can always go here and you can put in the data here. So that means I'm referring this particular company code in order to create my data or rather create my company organization in my transportation management system. Okay. So this company, these all unit cannot be used in any other company order. It will say that this is already being used. So it is always 1:1.
Okay.
Okay. And then here you need to enter the business system group. So business system group means what? So I don't know, do any one of you have an idea about SLD, system landscape directory concept? Anyone have any idea? What do you mean by system landscape? Okay, I'll show you where we configure this. So basically what happens whenever you are using transport management or warehouse management, any system, okay, basically it's there, the system landscape directory should be set up. So that means I need to create a group name. For example, it's for example, it's TC1. Just want to give an example. So the business system group will be TC1, but within that business system group, which are the logical systems you are connecting to that business system? That's what we need to mention. Okay. So I can, that means the entire landscape, that means which is the sender, which is the receiver, all the, the system which are clubbed together and do the data exchange between two systems is covered under the business system group. So business system group data is actually created by the basis. So this will actually help you to link the source and the receiver, and also the entire team will know which systems are actually considered in your particular landscape. So under one business system group, you can connect multiple logical systems. So I'll show you that in the configuration after I configure this. So that is a basis activity, and that is always part of the system landscape preparation, which you need to do. So I have created one business system group. In the drop down, you can actually see it. Okay. And apart from the function and the role, you can also use a currency. So why currency is required? Currency is required because you need to know that whenever in the year end, whenever you want to do any reconciliation, in which currency my company organization should reconcile. So there should be a group currency, right? So that currency will be used as the basis for doing a reconciliation. In addition to that, there are two other important functionalities which you have. One is called as an intra-company settlement, and another is called as a group logistics company. So these are quite added from our advanced features of TM, whereby what happens, suppose, so I'm talking about group logistics. Suppose you have got, within a particular organizational umbrella, you have got three different units. One taking care of logistics, one taking care for selling, and the third part is taking entirely for transportation. So that transportation company, so if I have TC as the group company, then TC1 is for procurement, TC2 is for selling, TC3 is for your transportation. So this TC3 is actually responsible for doing the transportation for TC1 as well as TC2 as well. Okay. So for that, we have the option whereby SAP says, if you want to set up such type of scenarios, then we consider the TC3 setup as a group logistics because they are responsible for doing the logistics for the entire group entity as a whole. Okay, so that is called as a group logistics company simply. And once you have maintained this data, the last data what you need to maintain is the address tab. It will take based on the country code. So if you are giving Germany, it should take on the euro. No, I'm talking about because in any company code you have to maintain the the country, right? From which country the particular company code and all exists, right? So if you are maintaining the particular country there, okay, based on the country, that default currency will be picked up. But I will always recommend please put the currency in. See, ultimately what will happen? Ultimately, this is used in two cases. One in your freight agreement, and secondly in the reconciliation when you are transferring the payments for invoicing. So whatever currency we use, ultimately when you are creating a freight agreement, there is a field where you can actually specify which currency we should use for payment to the carrier. Okay, so that is called as a document currency. So ultimately that document currency will be used for payment to your carrier and doing the invoice. Okay. So for example, if you are putting it here, DE, okay, you can put the city name here. You can also put some regions here. And you click on the save button. So these all other fields what you see is not applicable for us because this same transaction is being used by HR module, where the human resource part needs to be taken care as part of the working time, as part of the accounts assignment. So nothing is required from the TM side to fill this up. Now the second part what will come up is the building the sub-organizations, right? So we have created the company of, now we will create the selling part, purchasing part, planning part. Okay. So now I'll start with the purchasing part because I need to procure the services from the carrier. So when I have to use the purchasing part, I will create one purchase org, one purchasing group. Okay. So in order to create the purchase org and purchasing group, I again need to make sure that there are some reference units in my ECC logistics structure. So as you know, if you go into the the enterprise structure under the definition, the purchasing org is covered under logistic material management, right? Where you can see the purchasing org. So here you need to actually specify which purchasing org you want to create for your particular transportation process. Okay. So if I now go into this, now what happens here? You can link your purchasing org to your company org. Because ultimately under one company org, so this is the case where you want to set up a centralized purchasing. So there is a concept called as centralized purchasing and decentralized purchasing. Why centralized purchasing? Because I need to have a control tower set up in TM. That means I need to have one entity who is responsible for doing the transportation across different regions, different geographies globally. So in that case, if I just create one entity or one organizational structure, that should be sufficient because I want to centrally control all the planning and procurement from a particular headquarter, for example. So that is called as a centralized planning. And decentralized planning means for different regions, for different entities, you need to create multiple purchase org, purchasing group, planning group, because you are segregating the planning and purchasing across different regions and groups. So that is the difference between centralized and decentralized. So centralized advantage is that because you are controlling everything from the headquarter or head office, you have a better control on all the transportation planning, execution, negotiation with the carrier, everything is done from that. Okay. So what I will do, because my purchase org and purchasing group, sales org, sales group are linked to our organizational unit. Okay. So I will just select this company org. And then what I will do, I will select this create button. So when I select this create button, I will select line supervisor org. So why line supervisor org? Because now I created a parent-child relationship. I'm showing under one company org, I have this purchasing org. And this purchasing org will be doing the negotiation with the carrier for the rates and all. This purchasing org will be procuring the services from the carrier. You may not link to the company org, that possibility is there, but because you're working on a control tower concept, so it is always better that you link the different organizational units under one hierarchy, so that you can track and trace the planning and the execution piece centrally. Okay. Now I'll create a purchasing org. So I just give a dummy name. Okay. So you can change the name. It's a free text. You can change. You can give any name. Okay. I have just given a free text here. So if you want to give any name, you can give anything as of your own. And this is my purchasing org for future. Okay. And then if I go to the org data, you will see automatically an org ID is created. So this is an internal number which SAP proposes which you can use it, or if you want to change it with an external ID, you can overwrite it as well. Okay, you can overwrite it and that will become the external ID. Now because it is a purchasing org, so my function will be purchasing and my role will be organized. Okay, so I just make a note of this purchasing org number. So this is my purchasing org number 855 and my company org was 854. Okay. And here I need to specify the ECC purchasing org. So my ECC purchasing org is again this part, okay, which I've created specifically for transportation process. So you need to coordinate with your ECC guy. When they are creating their own purchasing org, please tell them you segregate one purchasing org for your transportation process. Okay. And here you will see a new field called as a charge profile. So this charge profile is actually used later on when we do the charge calculation with a carrier. In order to have the charge calculation in my freight order automatically, I need to have some creation of a profile called as a charge profile. Okay, so I'll come into this profiling part later on when I come into the charge management framework. But this profile, as of now, you can keep it blank. Later on, you can always change it. And this is the city. Okay, and this is the country. So the next part is we start on with the purchasing group. So what is the purchasing group? Again, you can have multiple purchase org. So in case you are doing a decentralized procurement, you can have multiple purchase org. Okay, now under purchasing org, I will create a purchasing group because I want that my purchasing group should only be linked with my purchasing org. Okay, you can again create multiple purchasing group also under one purchasing org. So in case you have one purchasing group for North Zone, South Zone, East Zone, West Zone, you can create multiple purchasing group. But again, because I'm following the concept of a centralized purchasing, so you should link one purchase org and one purchasing group directly to the company. So how do I create my purchasing group? So in order to create a purchasing group, again, you need to coordinate with your ECC team. You need to tell them that, hey, please create one purchasing group for me. In order to create the purchasing group, I guess it is under material management. Okay. And under material management, if you go here, if you go to purchasing, under purchasing, you will create a purchasing group. Okay. So how do I create my purchasing group? So in order to create a purchasing group, you basically go here. So I select this. I select this create button. I click on line supervisor. So whenever you are creating line supervisor, it will always take a hierarchy. And here you can maintain your purchasing group. And here you can actually maintain your particular description there. And if I go into the org data, here you can see this is my organizational ID for my purchasing group. And you can put this organizational ID again here. And you can click on this create button. And under the function, again, you need to specify purchasing, and under role, it should be my role. Okay, and here you need to maintain which ECC purchase org you want to use, purchasing group you want to use. Suppose I want to use STM. So you go here You go here and you put your business system group here. I'll show you where we create this business system group. Okay. And again, because my procurement is starting from Germany, so I can say my country, city. If you want to maintain telephone number, maintain fax, you can maintain street house, you can maintain. So this I think depends on you what data you need to maintain. Okay. And I click on save. So with this my purchasing part is done. Any question from anyone? A address may differ also because see the thing is, suppose just think you have a single building where your second floor, third floor is your procurement department and your transport department is also on the fourth floor, but you are using the same head office. So maybe you are directly replicating or just referring to that organizational unit, but address may be different because your transportation team is sitting on the fourth floor. Just to give a very, very simple example. This address is actually the address what you are speaking of. This address actually has no significance in terms of sending this information to a carrier. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Mhm.
okay. Because see, when you are creating a purchase order, there you know the delivery address is important. But we are not capturing this information as any communication to the carrier. The carrier is communicated about the source and the destination, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so that's why even if your address is different, that is not a problem here. Only thing that you should know, see, recommendation is obviously to keep the same ID, same address from ECC. That part you need to cross check because the amount of information required is not so huge. If you just put on country, postal code, city, that should also be sufficient. Okay. Or if you want to put the street house number, because it's only one entity or two entities you're creating, right? So it should not be a huge activity. So what we used to do in our implementation project, whenever we are creating such type of work unit and work structure, we first of all prepare that in an Excel template. Okay. So in the Excel, I know that, okay, these are or in a PPT format where we know that this ECC purchase of purchasing group with this street house number needs to be mapped with this TM object. So we should create a relationship in a PPT so that you can know that, okay, this address and this address should match with each other. Even if it is not matching 100%, that's still okay. Because it is not something which you are actually transporting or transmitting this to your carrier. It is just for your information or FAQ sake. Even if you don't maintain the address, still SAP will allow you to save this. Okay. But if you transport, the problem is the number range may be put up. Okay. Because if you are not having the same number ranges across all clients, then when you are planning to transport, it will give an RCC error code 4. So that means you will not, that has not. So that's the reason why many people always do this on a as a cutover activity once all the data migration and the data content is there. Then we come to the next part, which is the selling part. So again, as I told you, selling part is mainly required if you are working as an LSP scenario. Okay, because in a typical shipper scenario, if you are working in S4 Hana, you don't need to, you are not selling any service, right? You are actually procuring the service. So that's why you need to really understand for whom you are implementing TM. That is very important. Okay, because when I started my first project, initially SAP, if you see everywhere, they always tell sales of purchase of planning and all, but actually there is a little bit subtle difference. If you are working in a ship, LSP scenario as compared to the shipper. I will focus both on the scenarios, but just to tell you, like when you are working for an LSP as a freight forwarder, your main core business is transportation. That's why you need to create your sales as part of that particular LSP scenario. Okay. So in case you are actually also acting as an LSP for some other entity, okay, in that case, you can also create the sales office for the same company code. Again, that depends on the LOB, the line of business. If you are not doing a transportation for some other company code, then no need to actually create a sales of. But because I wanted to make you feel that yeah, we have a sales of created for the LSP scenario. That's why I'm just creating the organization unit for sales also. Or as for a shipper process, you don't need to create any sales of like that. Okay. So in order to create the sales of, what you need to do, you need to go into the organizational structure or enterprise structure. And if you go into the sales and distribution, so within sales and distribution, you will see this is the sales of distribution channel. So out of that, you need to earmark which sales hub I can use for my transportation cell. Okay. Again, you need to speak with your SDT. You need to tell them, hey, I need one sales hub. So again, for example, I will use this sales hub. So when, okay, so here, if I go into to create my sale log under the same company headquarter, right? So I click on this button, I click on this create, I click on this line supervisor, and if you see another parent-child relationship has come up, and here I can specify my sales org as a naming convention. So this is my sales org, okay, and this is my out data. Okay, so if I click this, I just put in my sales org initially here, and I put this number. And I put in this function. Okay. And here I can put in the business system. And again, if you see, there is a field called as the charge profile. This will keep it blank because this field will be later being used for LSP to bill the customers. Okay. For billing the customers also, you need certain profile IDs to be created in the system. So profile ID is nothing, but it actually contains the different attributes, how the calculation will be done. Okay. So I'll come into this charge profile ID later on because this is part of the charge management framework. And once you have done this, the next part, what you have to do is to go to the address tab. And within the address tab, you can put in again the city and the telephone code. Okay. Using your ECC knowledge, that sales office, sales group, these are never mandatory actually. But if you want to find the sales office, so again, before I create a sales office, I need to know the references of my ECC. So I go back, and here is my sales office. So what I will do here, I will again go here. So under sales of, I will click on this button, create button. I will click on this line supervisor. And here I will basically sales office. Okay. You can change the name, nomenclature, text, anything here. I'm just selecting sales office. So sales office for LSP scenario in PP. Okay. And then I go to the org data. And then you have this number again. I'll put in the sales office here. Okay. So you see here, already this has been used by some other organ. So that's what I think someone asked whether it says 1:1, right? So if this is being used already, you cannot use this. Okay. So what you can do, you can use maybe the other one which I created is on. Okay. And this is a business system group again. And if I click on enter, You will see there is no charge calculation available for sales office. So charge profile ID is not there. Okay. And if you go into the address tab, any question? Sales of sales office, sales group. Yeah, this staff is used in case you want to assign a specific individual to a particular organizational unit ID. So suppose you are a HR. So basically this is used where? This is used, for example, if you are paying a salary to a HR guy. So how will the accounts guy know he's working in the HR department, for example? So in that case, that particular assignment of that individual ID should be there for that particular department, right? So in that case, you have to put in a tick mark for staff, and the HR need to just assign it here. So you need to involve a SAP HR guy to do it if you want to basically assign a person specific organizational entity for that specific group. Or else it is not required. It is not mandatory to maintain anything here. Okay.
Okay.
So once you have created a sales office, now you know that the last part is the sales group. So under sales office, we'll have a sales group. So again, click on this. I click on line supervisor. And within the line supervisor, you see the line item came. So you can put in the sales group. Okay. And you can put in the description of the sales group. Okay. So I can click on this org data, and again, this is the ID. So you see here it comes in sequence. Even if you have missed one sequence, that's not a problem. It should be 858 here. And once you have maintained this, basically you need to create your function and role. So in order to create a function and a role, you need to create on sales, and you need to create on a role, which is your sales group. Okay. And when you are doing it, you can maintain the business org unit here. So for that, I need to find out the sales group. So if I go back, I need to find the sales group. And here you can maintain the business system. Okay. Use this external let's go. What is this error? All unit to be individual sales. Sales. It has to be defined with one organization. Status. So this is my sales org, which is of the sales and organization. Under this, I have sales office. Okay, why did it appear? Sales office. Okay. then after sales office, I will have sales group. So now let me create this. I go to all data. Okay, I click on this sales group. Okay, so someone has used this one. Now it's coming a different idea. This is on the survey. So this is the activity you need to coordinate with your sales guy. Okay. And then you press the address tab. Okay. Any question till now? So if you see now the sales part, the purchasing part is done. So the last part which is remaining is your planning org and planning group. So as you know, planning org and planning group is something which we don't have anything in ERP, right? In ECC, we don't need to get this because in ECC, there is no planning organization unit and planning execution group. So we don't need to link anything with reference to ECC. So if I now go to my original structure, my company org. So if you want to search any data, just click on search term and put in that ID. Okay. When you go into this ID, you'll find the company organization. So you see that with the company organization, you have purchasing org, sales org. So within the purchasing org, you have purchasing group, and within the sales org, you have the sales office, sales group. Okay. Now the last part is the planning and execution org. So again, I need to have this planning execution org with my company structure. So what I do, I click here and I click on this square button. And I click here, line supervisor org. So here there are two entities, planning execution org and planning execution group, right? Planning org and planning group. So first of all, I create a planning org. So if I create a planning org, so it's a planning execution org. I click on org data. So this is the number. Okay. And this is my particular function. So my function will be planning and execution. And my role will be, first of all, organization. And here I don't need to enter any BSG org unit because I don't need that. I click on S4H as the BSG group. I click on address tab. And within the address tab, I go to city and I go to my country. Okay. And I click on save button. So your planning execution org and planning execution group is also ready. So this planning, why it is optional? Because sometimes during the planning, we don't need to actually attribute any specific organizational unit for doing the planning. Okay, so that's the reason why you can basically live without it. Similarly, on the planning execution org, we can create another entity called as a planning execution group. So I can just create a parent-child relationship here. And the last part is this planning execution group, if you see it here. So this is the planning group. So this is the planning organization group, planning execution group. This is the org data. And this is the organizational ID. So I click on this create button. I click on this planning execution. And this, I click on this group. I don't need to enter any BSG org. And I just give the address. So now suppose I want to do some test that whether the org unit which has been created is correct or not. So if you see the screen, this is basically your Fiori app screen. Okay. So you can use Fiori app in order to run your transactions, day-to-day transactions. Okay. The main benefit of Fiori app is obviously the user experience. The user interface is more simple, and you can run without being in touch with the recipe GUI. Okay. So the transaction code to launch any Fiori app is basically this transaction. You can use this transaction to launch your Fiori app. UI2/FLP. So FLP is your Fiori launchpad and UI2 is the underlying framework technology which is used to launch the Fiori pads. Okay. So my main objective is to see if my organizational unit is created correctly. So suppose if I create a freight order. Okay. So if I click on this, create road freight order. So when I go to this, system will ask me to enter some organizational unit details. And within that, I can actually find out if it is created correctly or not. So I enter my freight order type. So freight order type is your document type, like it's your shipment document type. And if you go into the general data tab, in the general data tab, you see there is a section within a freight order where you need to enter the organizational data. So you can have this organizational data pre-filled based on the configuration. I will not go into details right now, but if you want to see whatever you created is correct or not, suppose I want to start with my purchase order. So I go here, I can click on this purchase order, and here there are a lot of purchasing orders. Under organizational unit ID, I put in Ctrl V. I click in the go button, and within the go button, I can see the organizational ID. Similarly, if I want to see my purchasing group, see I have only one entry because that was a parent to child relationship, right? Similarly, if I want to see my execution organizational unit, so I want to see my execution organizational group, I go here, I see here, I see here. And I see on this execution group. And similarly, the last is the procuring company code. So the procuring company code is okay. And I'm saying this. So you see here, all the data which I've created is correct because system was able to find out the data in the internal database table as well. Okay. So that is how you can perform some type of testing when you are creating any new organizational units. So this is mainly related to purchasing and your planning. Similarly, if you want to check your selling part, So for that, I told you for sales, we need an LSP scenario. And for LSP scenario, we need to basically go and check the forwarding order, right? So in order to check the forwarding order, what I can do, I can go into the order management. And here I can create a forwarding order. And I can check if my organizational unit is correctly populated here. See, this is the section for organizational unit. So what is the organizational unit from a sales org? So for sales org, it's 857. So this is from my 857. I can put in my organizational unit ID here. And accordingly, because you have one entity for sales org and sales office, sales group, so automatically this data came here. And you can use this to proceed with your forwarding. So if you see this transaction PPOCE, suppose if you want to make any change, just replace, because you know the CE nomenclature is mainly used for creation and ME is made for change. So just replace this with ME. And if you want to change anything, go to PPOME and you can change. So for example, you want to add a reject. Okay, you can add a reject. And you can click on save. So PPOCE is for creation, PPOME is for change. Okay. And if you don't recollect the application path, don't worry, go into human resource, go into organizational management, go into organizational plan, go into staffing, and here you see create and change. So create means PPOCE and change is PPOME.
Okay.
And if you want to see whether this data exists in the database, so you go to a database table. So the name of the database table is HRP 1028. So this is then again an HR table you see from the starting point HR. So HR, Human Resource Personnel Management System. That is the full form. And this is the code which we use for tracking different organizational units within HR. So if I click on enter, I now need to differentiate based on what object I need to view in this table. So suppose I want to view my organizational unit. So what I do, I select O. So I go to O because why O? Because O is my organizational unit. And against my organizational unit, I can see the different organizational units which has been created in the system. So before you actually create, any type of organizational unit, okay. So one thing I just needed to tell you that there are certain basic settings which you need to actually, I would like to say validate before you start creating the organizational structure. Okay, so that is called as the system preparation activity. It is not huge, it is very less, but still you need to be sure that those are present, because if those are not working, then you will have some issues in setting up different types of processes in TM. Okay, so the first thing what you need to do is that you need to create an active version and a model. What is that? If you click on SPRO, so all these are SPRO activities, configuration activities. They are not part of any type of BC sets. If you want to update it, you need to do it manually. Okay, you go into this, go into transport management. Under transportation management, you go to master data. Under master data, you go to create active version and model. So this you need to actually run once. You don't need to run every time. So you need to create your active version. Come by 6 o'clock. Yep. You need to create your active version and model. And for that, you need to click on this create button. And is APO used? You should click on no. Okay. and you should, if you click on no, system will tell you the version model is created. So this is one-time activity. You don't need to do anything. Okay. I'll not run this because it's already being executed before. Okay. So the second thing is that you need to do the basic settings for creating the system landscape. So what does that mean? This means there is a node under this EWM, and here you need to go to HCM basis. Under HCM basis, you have integration. Under integration, you need to create the settings for your system landscape. And under the system landscape, these are different types of settings you need to do. So first of all, you need to set up the logical system. So again, this is your basis activity where you need to set up the different logical system in which you are working. Okay, so basically the nomenclature should be system client, something like that, so that it can give you an overall idea of what is the system ID and the name where you are working. So I will not create any logical system because these are all basis activities, but I just showing you because you can just later on validate if these entries exist or not. Secondly, you need to assign the logical system to the client. So whatever will be the client where you will be working, okay, suppose I'm working in client 300 or 400 or 800, wherever, okay, you need to specify the logical system, which you have created in the previous step. The third part is you need to assign or you need to define the business system group. So this is the place. So if you remember, I was specifying S4H everywhere because this is the place where you need to assign or create your business system group. So this business system group is something like an umbrella, and within this umbrella, there are multiple logical systems you can create and you need to assign to this business system group. So this assignment to this business system group is actually done in a different area. I'll show you where we do it, but you need to create system where you're working on. Okay, and this is the answering, and this is the next one where you need to assign the logical system and queue. Here you need to assign logical. So in case you have got multiple logical system, or else SAP will not be able to create the different process documents. And here the indicator needs to be X. Okay, so in that case, you need to specify the indicator X, and the release version is 700, and the queue is inbound because the sender and the receiver for transport management is coming inside. So you are the receiver recipient. So the queue type is inbound. Okay. So once you have maintained this, there is again one more configuration you need to do. So that is under your transportation management. So when you go to transport management, so under transportation management, you need to have basic functions. So if you go to this, sorry, where did you go? Yeah, you go to basic functions. Under basic functions, you will have your user interface. And under user interface, you see there is another called as message settings. Please specifically for each of the ID, please maintain the message types as both, because you want to view all the different types of errors, whether it's an application log error or whether, so there are two types of errors. One is called as an application log. Application log means basically whenever you are running any type of transactions, there can be some logs which is there in the database which you want to visualize it. And when you are clicking on S, which is a user interface, that means on a day-to-day level, when you are running any transaction data on the screen, if you want to have that log being captured, then you can click on user interface. So I want to do for both. So I click on both. And here I need to specify the severity. The severity should always be both error and warning message. That is all message. And the detail level is 9. So 9 is the highest level of data logging. That means all the messages which you want to have, which the system displays in the UI, you need to capture that. So that is called as a level 9. And you need to write all the logs to your DB so that in the database also these logs are getting captured. So this is one setup which you need to do. And another setup what you need to do as part of the system preparation activities is that you go to integration, and under integration again you need to define the same thing, okay, where you need to define the business system loop, and here you need to assign the the logical system to the system which remains the same, okay, S4H to S4H. So this is what your overall preparation activity should be whenever you are actually using your transport management system. And there is one more integration within your HR master data, which the HR team will do it. But let me check if I recollect that. So again, this is the thing which your HR team will do it. Okay. So if you go into personal management, under personal management, you go to organizational management. Under organizational management, you go to your integration. Under integration, you go to integration with business partner. And under integration with business partner, you go to activate integration. So here you need to make sure that these entries are there. Activate HR integration. These entries here. If this HRSC entry is not here, then you will not be able to trigger any transactions using the HR navigation. Okay. There is one more thing which you need to, so if I go into the PPT now. Now the question is, where are these organizational units being used? Okay. So the organizational units which you have created basically has to be used in different application within TM. The first is your company code. So company code means basically, as you know, like company code is the highest organizational unit. Right? So here there is a separate slide called touch points. So touch points means for which transactions or for which applications these things are associated with the structure element. That's what the touch point is about. So for example, if my company code is created, it should be applicable for my payables. So that means that touch point is TCM. TCM stands for Transportation Charge Management, because it is because of the charges that the payables options are coming up, and that's why you need to have company code for booking your cost into separate books of account, right? So that's why you use company code. Similarly, if you talk about sales org, so the sales organization is again an object where you can basically use for forwarding order. The forwarding order is the business object which we generally use for LSP scenario. So use sales org in forwarding order. Then comes the purchasing org. So in the purchasing org, if you see, there are two or three business objects. One is at a freight order, one is at a freight booking, and another is a freight unit. So when I come into this freight order, freight booking, and freight unit, Basically, these are the three business documents where you can actually see where these particular things work out. Okay. So when I'm saying that your particular, purchasing org is applicable only for one specific purchasing in one freight order. So when you open the freight order, you will see that particular purchasing org. Similarly, when you are opening any freight unit, so freight unit is the automatic creation which basically drives your planning process, which I had shown you just yesterday. When you are creating a sales order or delivery, don't close, don't close. At that time, the purchasing org is being used. Similarly, I have not shown you purchasing group, but anyway, the purchasing attributes are used in all these three business objects. Similarly, the planning and execution org that is also linked to a freight order, freight booking, as well as a freight unit. So if you see the entire structure of your organizational unit, it is actually interfacing with all the processes within TM, starting from order management to planning to execution to settlement. So that's why I tell you it's a part of the internal organization structure, because all the internal processing which happens through your transactions are linked with the organization structure. And on the left hand side, you see the different roles. Roles means basically the person who will be executing the different transactions. They are called as the roles. So why roles are important? Because every purchasing or every procurement guy do not want to run any other transaction apart from purchasing, right? Same concept holds here. So if you are using a booking or a billing agent, you need to associate yourself for your PCM or your company code content or sales order. If you want to only perform purchasing work, that means you are a purchasing agent or you want to do an invoice verification, then the purchase org and freight order, freight booking component comes into the picture. Similarly, when you are either a planner or you are a clerk or whether you are a driver, so again, your main job is to do the planning. So that's why the linkage has to get there. So these are the different roles which you can perform. Okay, and you can restrict based on roles, whether you can work across multiple entities or not. So with this, the organizational structure comes to an end. See, the thing is, in the S4 Hana, they have done, so I'll show you one thing here so that, okay. See, basically, when I go to my freight order, this is a very new field they have brought up. Okay, so if I just close this, if I check in transport management, if I go to freight order management, if I go to freight order, so this is the document type I'm using. And when you're going into document type, you see there's a subcontracting checks where they are given two options, basic checks and no additional check. So in the older versions, they did not have these basic checks. So basic check was there, but it did not incorporate the logic of validating company code. But now what SAP has done, they wanted to check if any company wants to check for which company code also the transportation process is going around. For that, they have just changed the code a little bit and they have added the code of checking or validating company code if you are selecting basic checks. If you are selecting no additional checks, it will not validate if a company code exists or not. So that is part of the master data. That is part of the master data which we will see. But if you compare with the organization structure of ECC and TM, this is what we have in TM. Because in TM, we have one for procuring, one for selling, one for planning. No other thing actually is required in this case. So I have a question for you. So suppose if I want to create an organization structure in TM, suppose you are given an opportunity to present in a workshop, okay, organization structure. So how will you start off? You will not directly start creating in the system, right? So what will be your approach when you are working for any type of TM projects? how will you start off your workshop preparation for organization structure? So you are from TM team, okay? You have your SD and your MM team also doing some workshops parallelly.
Yep.
Now, how will you approach that? How will you tell your, because see, when you are working on any transportation management workshops, you will not have the entire logistics team in your workshop, right? So, so first of all, when you are presenting it, business does not know TM. In that case, if you directly tell them that, okay, I need a company code for separate codes and all, their first reaction will be, then why we are not doing the workshop together? Correct. So that is a very valid question, right? So in that case, what will be your answer? Because these are the things we have faced before in multiple clients. So I'm just trying to be a, you can say, a guide for that. How will you act? How will you work on that? So in that case, what will be your way forward? See, when you are talking about the organizational structure, so first of all, before directly arranging or coordinating with the business on the organizational structure perspective, please have a discussion with your logistics team. Try to have your workshop after the logistics team has done it. The reason I'm telling you, because ultimately this component of setting up your purchasing group responsibility lies with the logistics. Okay. Even though you have the system access and you can also create one purchasing group, but they have to be correlated with each other, right? So if you want to correlate that with each other, you should always first of all have an internal session within your team that what type of organizational structure you are going to present to the client. So you have to have an organizational structure, internal setup discussion with your finance, with your procurement, with your selling. Now my procurement and selling tells me, yeah, I need one, suppose 2 or 3 org structure based on some scenarios, or my procurement team tells me, okay, for direct procurement, for indirect procurement, for subcontracting, for STO, okay, I need some certain organizational structure setup and all. So you need to understand that, and you need to tell them, okay, if you are having so much organizational structure, now just keep that in mind that we are going to create this organizational structure for my TM. You don't need to create in the system first of all, because first of all, you need to have an input from your internal team. What are they planning? Then you start the workshop of TM. Then you tell them, okay, this is the logistics enterprise structure, which is as per the discussion with my MM and SD counterpart. And then as far as my requirement goes, because so in that case, first of all, you have to ask them whether you want to go with a centralized or decentralized plan. That is a very, very important question, because directly if you start creating only one, and later on if you find that they are into multiple entities, multiple geographical regions, that is not going to help, right? Because you know the first impression is the last impression, right? So you have to ask them, how is the business thinking in setting up the transportation tower? Whether the transportation tower will cater to the requirement for all the X or Y or Z number of regions, geographies centrally, or is it that each of the entity, each of the region, each of the geography will have their own particular setup? So this means, like for example, if you are implementing TM, for example, for a big CPG industry where they are currently rolling out the SAP solution to about 50 countries. So but the headquarters is in US. So whether they want to have different planning for all those 50 geographical regions separately, or whether the planning should be controlled and coordinated centrally from US, that is the first question you should ask them before even proposing anything. Because if they say no, my tower, I need a centralized planning, which we all sometimes call as a control tower concept. So control tower means the centralized guy is responsible and is monitoring all the transportation which is happening throughout globally. So if you are using the control tower concept of centralized planning, then half of your job is done. Then you just need to create one organizational unit which can be of any nomenclature, and that you can propose it to your client. But if they say no, I need to have separate planning entities, separate purchasing entity. In that case, you need to group the entities, because if you are having 50 entities, it does not make sense to have 50 purchase of 50 purchasing groups. It will be a bad design, because if you are doing planning for 50 entities, you can see what is the amount of load you will have in the system. Okay, I have seen a client who are quite immature in their design. Irrespective of a suggestion, they did not follow, and now they are all struggling because they now decided to group them into regions and entities.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. In SAP TM, what is the function of the freight order? Option A, to generate transportation documents. Option B, to track status of shipment. Option C, to create invoices for transportation services. Option D, to manage transportation resources. Take your moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section. Future proof your supply chain career with SAP Transportation Management expertise. ZaranTech offers in depth SAP TM training program designed to help you master this powerful logistic solution. With easy to grasp online video modules, this course breaks down end to end processes of freight orders and shipment management using SAP TM. From transportation planning to track and trace visibility, you will gain hands on practice configuring and operating SAP Transportation Management. Check out our testimonials on our website from professionals who have become sought after supply chain experts after taking this career boosting course. You will be confident applying your skills in roles like logistic manager, transportation analyst, and shipping coordinator, and more. Whether you want to stand out in your current organization or explore new opportunities, SAP TM skills are highly valued for top employers. Give your resume a competitive edge and enroll in our SAP Transportation Management course today. So, click below the register SAP TM course details. Let me know how I can help answer any questions about growing your skills in the transformational SAP solution.
So now, before we actually deep dive into the TM master data, so we need to basically check why master data is required. Okay. So before I basically show you the master data, I just wanted to show you something here. So if you see, let me just create a sales order. Okay. So I just put in a particular, maybe I do it with, don't do with reference maybe. Or I do it with reference. Okay. So I just put in some dates. Suppose my delivery date is 20th of this month. Okay. And I put in my pricing date also. I put in some material here. I put in some quantity here. Okay. And my delivery date also same. And I just click on save button. So then system will do a check here. Okay. I just put a condition type. Okay. And just for my purpose, I also put in some route here. Okay. And I just click on the save button. So when I press save button, so if I go into display mode, so there is a status tab which is created here. Okay. And this status tab indicates that my sales order is integrated or getting integrated with my particular transportation management. That means I have a demand or a request from my sales order that my transportation has to be integrated with SAP TM. So that's the significance of this TM status tab. So how this TM status tab has come up, what config we need to do, that's all we'll see later when I will start with the order management. So my objective is to show you why master data is required. So if you see this particular status, and if I go here, and if I go into this document flow tab, so you will see that, in my standalone, we have this order-based requirement created. So all the transportation relevant information from my sales order is basically captured in an order-based requirement. Again, I'll come into details of this document later on. And when my order-based requirement is created, at the same time, my freight unit also got created. So freight unit, if you remember, is the, you can say the most important critical document because that is the planning document which actually connects your ECC with TM. And when you go into S4 Hana, in S4 Hana also I'll show you what will happen. You will see that this order-based requirement is not there, but rest of the flow remains the same. Okay. So when I go into freight unit, okay, so either you can go into the link here, or what I will do, I will open the freight unit directly in my transportation system. So this is my TM 9.5 system. Okay. And I just opened the pillar. This is called as a cockpit. I'll explain you all of this later on, how to access to these cockpits and all. But what I just wanted to show you is when I check this particular cockpit, I see this is the freight unit which is created. Okay, this is the freight unit number 1602 and 1603. Okay, so this is the 1603. And when I open my freight unit, you will see that the three important information, that is the source location, the destination location, and the material code is actually inherited from my sales process. So if I go into this freight unit, so as I told you, freight unit has three important information, like where to transport, when to transport, and what to transport, right? So where to transport means basically I need the stage information. So if I go into a tab called as the stages, and in the stage tab, you will see here that my source location as well as my destination location is being staged. So my source location is TSPD and my destination location is the customer location. So both this information is actually coming from my sales order. Okay. So what I mean to say that, and finally also another thing is the material information. So if you go into the general data tab, you will see the material information as well, which is the material or product MM01, which you create in our material master. So TM01, product is TM Pro 01, which you see there. Okay. Just close this. So the most important info, what you find out from the sales order is that unless my master data is available in TM, neither my freight unit nor my OTR and all will be created. Okay. So this product information comes from sales order. The customer information comes from sales order. That is source location also comes from the sales order. So based on this important information, we are actually transferring the requirement into SAP TM. Okay. Now that is the reason why master data is very critical, because if you are not creating your master data correctly, your entire process will not be working as designed. Okay. Any question before I move to the proper part?
So this freight unit that you're talking about is going to be only one line item, or it's going to be as much of line item as there in sales?
Yeah. So because it is based on delivery. So in case in delivery you are maintaining 10 products, all the information will come in a freight unit. Now, whether you want to create a one freight unit or 10 different freight units, that depends on a specific rule in TM called as a freight unit building rule. So when we'll come into that, we will see that. But in other words, to answer your question, yes, it is all coming from the delivery. Because unless in the delivery you are specifying what product to transport, SAP TM will not be knowing anything. Because all the information is driven by the ERP here. Because the ECC team only knows what you are going to transport based on the customer order. The transportation management team will not be knowing on that. Okay. Any other question? Any specific information? Okay. So I just go back to my TM overview part here. Maybe discussing this if we recollect. So you see that the most critical information is the transportation network. Okay, because unless a transportation network is set up, your entire integration with TM will not work. The reason is why we call transportation network, because network is not only identified by a location. Network is identified by a lane, network is identified by what, the transportation zone, network is identified by transportation location. So all these elements actually make up your transportation network. So if you see in the right hand side, I have clearly shown here that your locations, your zones and your lanes makes up your entire transportation network. Because you need, why it's important that you should set up your transportation network, because unless the network is set up, you will not be actually knowing from where to where your transportation should go, right? That is a very critical thing. So if I ask you what is a transportation network? So transportation network basically defines the reachability between the locations and the transshipment points where freight needs to be transported from one point to another point. So when I'm moving any transport freight from point A to point B or from point B to point C, in that case, it is very important to know which are the locations involved in the transportation point or the transportation process and how the transport is to happen. So the combination of the locations along with the means of transport basically defines the transportation network. And this transportation network is essential for your planning process, because through the transportation network, the planner can determine the best path through which your particular transport can reach based on the requested delivery date, based on the cheapest means of transport, and also based on cost and the route optimization. So all these things is the ultimate objective of determining and setting up a proper transportation network. So when we are setting up the transportation network, the most important component is the location. Can anyone tell me what is the location? Anyone? No one knows what is the location. Just means not only from TM perspective, but no one has heard about what is the location.
A plant normally they call plant as locations in general.
Okay. Yes, it can be a plant, it can be a warehouse, it can be a port, it can be an airport, anything. Okay. So locations, basically, we can say they are the most critical node of any transportation network, because this is the point where your goods are loaded and unloaded. Okay. And whenever we set up locations, we basically consider three locations. One is the source location. Second is the destination location. But in case the locations are getting routed through some other locations as well, they are called as a transshipment location. So for example, I just give you an example here so that you can understand in a better way. So if you are a customer and if you are communicating with your shipper that I need my goods in Chicago, which is the consignee, and your Cologne location is your shipper location. So that's why you saw when I created my freight unit, initially it is created of a single stage. So single stage means my source point and my destination point. So here my source point is Cologne, which is my shipper, and my destination point is Chicago, which is a consignee location. So always remember, whenever your SAP, when you are implementing transport management, because my customer is not interested through which my carrier or my shipper is routing the goods, but is only interested, okay, what is the pickup point, what is the destination point. So due to this design and due to this requirement, SAP has designed the stages in such a way that in standard automatically a single stage is always created. So that means the source location or my colon is my pickup. So in SAP terminology, we call it as a source. And this is my final destination location. And between this, so this is my ordered route because the routing is ordered from pickup to destination. But because the shipper has transported or subcontracted its particular process to a third party, so here they are using Bremen and Newark as another points through which the actual routing happens. So there is a difference between ordered route and actual route. So ordered route is always a single stage, but actual route is of a 3 stage because we have considered 2 more additional locations. Okay, so stages you can say is always locations minus 1. So in case I have got 4 locations, so number of stages will be 3. And why these are called transshipment points? Can you tell me how do you know that this is a transshipment or transit point? Anyone heard about the word transit or transshipment?
Here the transportation mode is changing, that's all.
Yes, you're right. So basically you are correct because the transportation mode is changing. That's why we are calling it as a transshipment point. So transshipment points are those points or are those locations where the goods are unloaded and loaded. So that is the first criteria where loading unloading has to happen. And the second is the mode of transport changes. Then only those points are identified as a transshipment points. So in case the transshipment points are not available, in that case, so still see SAP does not need that these points needs to be identified as a transshipment points because whether it's a transshipment point or not a transshipment point, anyway, this is the location for SAP. But if you want to basically specify some charge calculation, that means my carrier charges based on specific number of transshipment points, then you can just mark them that this is the point where my loading and unloading happens and my mode of transport changes. And another important impact of transshipment point is that the number of freight documents also change. So if you see, if you are going by the ordered route, you would have a single freight order, right? You would have a single shipment. But because of the transshipment points, the number of freight documents or number of shipments documents gets changed. Can you tell me how many shipment documents are here?
Okay.
How many?
3.
3. Yes, you're right. 3. The reason for why 3 documents are here because for the stage 1, you have ship Cologne to Bremen. For the stage 2, you have port to port. And for the stage 3, you have your particular port to consignment. So that's why for every stage, there has to be a particular means or shipment document created so that you can do the transport from one location to another location. So that's why location is very critical for your entire network. If you are not clear on the location concept, then you will not be able to set up your transportation network properly. Okay. Anything which you want to know more, then I'll likely come into the location setup directly. Okay. So whenever you are setting up a location, so location basically is a master data as I told you, right? So today let me just explain to you how does a location look like, and then obviously how the location setup will be there. That part we'll anyway see it but it's important to know how does the particular location look like on an end user level. Okay. So when I talk about locations, so location is actually the data which is used mainly as a, you can say, there are different ways by which the locations can be created. Okay, if I say in that way, because locations can be created manually, it can be created automatically, it can also be created through batch job, it can also be created through some core interface model. Okay, so based on how the rather how you are going to frame up your setup for your location, that will entirely depend on the deployment option. Because if you are using S4 Hana, there is a different way to create your location. If you are basically creating a standalone TM, there are different ways to create a location. Okay. And when you are creating a location, so you will see here that there are location types. Let me first of all show you how a location looks like. So this is my TM system. And if you go into TM system, go to master data, go to transport network, go to locations, and here you can define a location. Okay. So first of all, we'll see the end user part. What does a location comprises of? What are the different data elements you have? So let me open any location. So if I open the location for my shipping point, so I just create shipping point as a location type, and here I can select the different types of locations which I have. Suppose let me open this location. So when I'm creating a location, anyway, you'll always have a location ID. And also the most important thing is that you will have a location type. So if I go to the change mode, because this was created, you will see a location type is always there. So if I go into this location type, you will see there is production plan, there is distribution center, there is shipping point. So each of the location needs to be identified with an identifier. So that identifier is a location type. So if you're creating a location as a plant, if you're creating a location as a distribution center, creating as a business partner, creating as a port, airport, hub, gateway, warehouse, you can use any of the location type as a case. And if you want to basically create your location type, which is not there, so generally the standard what SAP is given is sufficient. In case you want to use a particular location and all, then location type you need to do a development, because this particular location type is actually related to your addition of a data element in the data dictionary structure. It is not something which is configurable. Okay. Okay. Any questions so far? The significance of location types and all. No.
No.
So you don't have this, but in S4 Hana, when I'll also show you in S4 Hana, there is a report based on which you can change the location type. Okay. So that report was not there in TM 9.5.
Okay.
So you have got all these multiple tabs. So if you see there is a tab called as an identifier. Okay. So this identifier means what? So this identifier means how to identify a particular location which is used in international trades and terminologies. Okay. Because this location has to be identified globally, right? So for example, if you remember, just to give an example, because in my scenario, I'll be using suppose port as one of the transshipment points. So I have to create port also as a location. So here there are two identifiers if you see, unilocation code and IATA code. The unilocation code is actually the code which is used for any type of naming for a port. And IATA code is mainly used if you are using the transshipment point as a airport. So if you are traveling maybe from Hyderabad to Bangalore, you will see that every ticket, every airport from where you are departing and arrival has a code, IATA code, so that you can identify that particular port with the help of this code. So that's why this code is very important. But again, many of the clients don't use this code. It is not mandatory. Okay. And if you don't want to use the code, you are free to process it. But you can use this code to give an international recognition from the source and the destination perspective. And this code, what you see here, is configurable. Configurable means if you go here, and if I go to, for example, SPRO, okay, I go here, I go to transport management, I go to transport management, I go to master data, I go to transport network, and I go to location. And when I go to location, see, I can define the code to the configuration. So the first configuration is activate change documents. That means whatever changes you want to do in your particular location master, if you want that those changes should be logged as in the change pointer, that means all the changes which you are doing in your location master should be tracked and should be available in the database. Then this change pointers or the change documents at a location level should always be tick marked. And when you get a system, you'll always have this tick mark available. So you don't have to worry on that. Okay. And whenever you want to define an identifier, so I'm using my suppose a port scenario. So what I can do, I can define a unique location port. So suppose I've got two ports. One is your Bremen port and another is a Newark port, right? For example. So you can always use these two ports here in order to designate your identifier. Okay. So if you want to create it for a port, you can directly go in this, click on this new entries. Okay. Suppose I give a code, Bremen code. And I can get another one called as a new worker. And then I click on save. Okay. So you'll see here, in case you want to create your location port, you can also maintain in case this maintenance of the data belongs to the responsibility of any planning execution org. So you can maintain the planning execution org which we created yesterday, or you also can keep it blank also. Because if you are keeping it blank, that means no planning and execution organization is responsible for maintaining this unit location. Okay, that is the main. Now, if I go back to the transport management, if I go there, so once you have maintained this unilocation code, or you can also specify the IATA code, you can see this is the external location short text. So this short text means whatever text you are maintaining in your location, that will automatically be coming here. And this is the business system group. Why this business system group is required? Because my TM system should refer to that logical system where it is built up. Okay. So in this case, if the business system group is because it is built up for BD1300 client, the logical system. So that's why it is showing the business system group as BD1300. So remember yesterday we have created I've showed you the pathway for the business system group, right? So you can use the same pathway to create the business system group. The next comes the geographical data. So this concept is actually a concept which is used because this was very much used in Oracle. I don't know whether you have heard about Oracle software. So the Oracle software, actually, this concept was very importantly used for mainly doing the planning, because initially when TM was launched in TM, I don't know whether you know it, TM was initially launched at TM 6.0. Okay, then came TM7 and then came TM8. And then we began the journey on TM9. So in the initial days, you know, this planning, distance, duration, calculation, this was never taken into account. Okay. So in that case, why this particular latitude, longitude, altitude is important? Because geographical information always plays a role in any type of transportation process. So because without knowing the latitude, longitude, altitude, you will not be able to calculate the actual distances between 2 points. And if you are not knowing the actual distances between 2 points, you will not be able to determine the duration between the 2 points. Because ultimately you need to make sure that you are reaching the point A to point B within X number of hours. In order to determine those distance and duration functionality, we need to maintain latitude, longitude, altitude. Now, how this latitude, longitude, altitude information will come in? So there are different ways by which they come in, but please note that unless you are putting this latitude, longitude, altitude, and if your carrier charges you based on the actual distance, then it is not possible to do any type of charge calculation. So you have to basically make sure that somehow this latitude, longitude, altitude comes in. Okay. See, PC miler part, what you are saying, basically it is not possible to show here, first of all, because it's a geo service. And in order to have any integration with geo service, you need to have a license, first of all. That is first thing. And second thing, the mapping with any type of external service providers require your enhancement through web service. Okay, so you need to set up some geographical services, and through the geographical services, the information can be referenced into TM. So unfortunately, means that will not be possible because it's a standard process we are showing. Okay. But
but I mean, in SPRO, there are configurations available for PC miler because it is, I think, a SAP supported vendor.
The configuration is not related to PC miler. The configuration is related to your geo routing and geo coding. You don't have any specific configuration for PC miler. Okay, I don't know if SAP has told you that. I don't know which node they have represented, but that is not there. Okay, and you are talking about S4 Hana, or you're talking about standalone?
S4 Hana embedded 2020.
It is not. It is not there. I can show you the node also. SAP has never launched that. Okay, I'll tell you how this GIS part is calculated. That I can tell you, but I cannot show you in the standard process. Okay.
Okay.
So this latitude, longitude, altitude information basically it comes into 3 different ways. Just let me go through this and then we'll come into this GIS integration. Okay, just wait for maybe 5-10 minutes. So this latitude, longitude, altitude information, it comes in 3 different ways. Either you need to send or rather either you need to maintain the data manually. That is number 1. Number 2 is that you have to integrate with any type of GIS providers, like as you were saying, PC Miller and the Nokia service provider, Google Maps. They are all the different types of geo service provider. So geo service providers' main objective is to basically provide you the information about the latitude, longitude, altitude. And the third way by which you can create your location or this information can be updated is based on once you are entering the country and the region, SAP has a standard BADI mapping the country region to a latitude longitude code. So once you enter the country and the region, okay, automatically the latitude longitude will be coming up here. And you'll see a field called as a precision field. So this precision field will actually indicate what data SAP has considered to populate the GIS data. So 400 means region. That means SAP has considered both country as well as the region to populate those latitude, longitude, altitude. Okay, if you have used only country, then it would have been 300. So this precision field actually indicates the data which is used in the address tab to populate the data. Okay, so that is about the precision. Time zone. Time zone, I think all of you knows, because whenever you are creating a location, you should know in which time zone this is there. And this is the log geodata. So log geodata means what? In case you want to use the location, suppose I am a planner. I am planning this location for my transport movement from US to Germany. At the same time, maybe another planner by mistake is also planning this. So in that case, there will be a dual planning, right? So in order to avoid that, I can log the geodata. Log geodata means in case I'm using this data as a planning mechanism or planning or using this data for planning. In that case, the other planner will not be able to use this particular location for the planning. So that is the concept of log geodata. Okay. And priority, you can always give a priority. to a particular location if you want to prioritize the location. And this is the deletion flag. So this deletion flag is actually used in case you have created a location and later on you want to delete the location. Okay. So in the first step, you see there are two configurations we have considered, one based on the unilocation code and all. And secondly, if you want to have a GIS integration, then this information will be updated. So I'll come into the GIS part a little bit later. I think you know that every location has an address, right? So the address tab contains the default address, post office box address, all the contact details. So the geographical coordinates, which you see in the first tab, are determined automatically as soon as you maintain the country code, because that is the section, that is the normal integration we have with GIS. Okay. And here you can maintain also email address and phone number, fax, etc. This is the the alternative identifier. So alternative identifier means they are always maintained in this tab, because here you can define the possible types of alternative location identifier. So alternative location identifier is basically used, for example, just to give an example, suppose you are using a particular transportation location and that location is used as an yard. So in order to give an identifier to that location, you can always use an alternative identifier type as a yard, so that within the yard the truck can come in, go out, etc. But you are giving an identification to this one. Or for example, you have got a port at Dusseldorf, and that port is always doing a tummy, and it always like a normal port, it also stores warehouse services. So you can give an identifier as STS, where it stores the warehousing products as well. Okay, so that can be an identifier. So just as we have our good name as well as our pet name in the house in order to identify ourselves, similarly SAP has come up with this option of creating an alternative identifier type along with the alternative identifier ID. Okay, and this type and ID is also configurable. So again, it is not mandatory, but you can still use it without maintaining the configuration. In order to configure this, what I will do, I will basically go here. I go back, and here it's configuration for alternative identifier. Okay. So here, for example, see, I have created an alternative identifier for my EWM logistics target system and all this stuff. Okay. So if you want to create a two identifier, one for the Bremen port, one for the Newark port, right? You can go here and you can give a, suppose my port of loading is one identifier. So I give a description here, port of loading. And similarly, I give the code list. I give the code list here. So the code list is Bremen, BRE_02, port of Bremen. So this is the name. Okay. Similarly, I am creating one more identifier for my port of discharge. So just as port of loading, I also go for port of discharge. POD. And if you go to port of discharge, I can define the code list. So here, instead of Bremen, I will use B1. Okay. And once this setup is done, then you can always go here and you can, for example, select which is this one. I have created port of loading 02. Accordingly, you can also tell the alternative identity. Okay. So when I create the port for you, I will add it. Any question? Anything which you need to know?
Hello, could you please explain one more time what is alternative identifier?
Alternative identifier means just as you have your good name as well an alternative way to identify yourself. Similarly, SAP has brought up this option for internal identification within the organization. So as I told you, for example, you have a port. That port can also be used as a yard. So you can use an alternative identifier as a yard number there. So you can specify here alternative identifier as yard. Okay. Like you can create any number here and you can specify the ID as a yard 01. So in other words, you are actually specifying an alternative way to identify a particular location. Okay, this is not mandatory, but this is mainly used in those organizations where there are a lot of locations and you need an identifier to basically identify what that location is to be used for. If a particular location is to be used for a yard, you can give an identifier as a yard. If a particular location is to be used for storage service, you can use a storage service as an ID type. If a particular location is to be used for warehousing, more warehouse visits only. Okay. So in that case, you can give some code for that. So these are the different integration or applications which you can use for alternative identifier. Again, I tell you, if you are not maintaining alternative identifier, it is not going to stop any of your subsequent process. So I just remove this. Now comes the TM tab. So TM tab, actually this tab is mainly used to capture all the transportation relevant info. So if you see all the three previous tabs, it was not relevant for any TM information. So this TM tab allows you to maintain different types of information specific to transportation management. Okay. So the first is the minimum and the maximum goods waiting time. Why do you feel this is this field is there? Anyone knows? Okay. See, the new reason why you need this is that basically suppose you are moving from point A to point B through a port. And if you know, so based on the distance and duration, it should take 2 hours. But if you are saying that I need to wait at this port for getting some document clearance, 1 hour. So instead of 2 hours, it will be total duration will be 3 hours, right? So for that additional 1 hour, the carrier may charge you more. And also the subsequent processes may get delayed, right? So if you know that a particular location has certain waiting time, please maintain it so that the planner can expect that, and accordingly the delivery date can also not be violated. Because if you know you have to wait certain 5 hours, so for example in a port, then you have to make sure that the exit time from the shipping point should be 5 hours ago, right? In order to match the time, right? So that's why SAP has said that you can specify some minimum and a maximum duration for a particular location. Okay. And this can be maintained in hours. Similarly, yeah.
So when we plan, I mean, in the transportation lane, when we define this data, so it will consider the minimum hour or the maximum hour?
No, it will determine so minimum and maximum means, suppose if you are specifying a particular, now the question is how will you get the maximum waiting time? Okay, that is the most important thing. So this is a ceiling. You cannot violate this ceiling. So that means you are saying at a particular port, I'm going to stay minimum 1 hour, maximum 2 hours. Okay, so based on this, my planner will keep in mind, okay, let's go with the maximum estimate of 2 hours, but somehow it should not estimate more than 2 hours. But the actual waiting time information should actually be provided somehow. Okay, either by through some, like through GPS tracking and all, you can find out how much is the waiting time. But if it is a maximum time, you should not violate that. And minimum time is used to keep in mind that by transportations has to consider some minimum waiting time. Okay, so maximum time should not be breached. If it is breached, then some penalty cost can be associated with it. So always consider the maximum so that your planner will plan, means he has to see, he will do a backward scheduling, right? He will try to do a backward calculation and he will try to say, okay, if I have a maximum waiting time for 2 hours, I should consider that, because in that case, I can make a proper communication to my customer that at this point it is reaching to a location, right? So it is always, but this time is hardly maintained. I tell you why, because no one knows at which location, how much you have to wait. So this is generally a very I have never seen any project actually maintaining this entry. This is the air cargo security. This is mainly used for LSP. LSP means here you have to specify, suppose my freight forwarder like DHL, FedEx, they have a contract or negotiation with the air carrier like Lufthansa. And there you can specify. So when you are implementing TM for DHL or FedEx, here you can specify the air cargo security information. You can classify the location as a known shipper, unknown shipper, and also you can specify the expiry date. Expiry date means for how long you know the shipper. So for that you can specify some information here. Okay, again, this is not a mandatory thing. You can escape without it. Okay, but in case you want to maintain some information for the air cargo security information perspective, you can maintain it. And this is not applicable for shipper. This is applicable for LSP. And this is the target system. So target system means here you can link the location to an SAP EWM, because in case your warehouse operations, your warehouse picking, packing, loading, good issue is actually integrated with your transportation process, then you have to specify the shipping location for your specific. So whenever you're creating a shipping location, okay, in that case, you should link the location to an EWM target system and the EWM warehouse number. You should not link any customer location or your port location to EWM, okay? Because the source location is always your shipping point from where the planning for your warehouse can be done. And finally, this is the equipment level information. So equipment level means, so for example, if you are transporting using a particular container, okay, and you want to say, okay, this location can only handle transports if I'm using a container of 20 feet. In that case, you can use an equipment type and equipment group. So equipment group will be 20 feet and equipment type will be CN. So CN is a identifier by which you can identify whether the transport is to happen through container or not. Okay. Now, why I recommend not to use this field? Because if you are using this field, then you can only use that specific container for that specific location only. So that is not good for planning, because you're planning, when you are doing a planning for a particular location transport, based on the location transport, first of all, your capacity may change, right? So today you are transporting 40 tons, tomorrow you may transport 500 tons. So if you're hard coding a particular container here, which uses only 20 tons or 40 tons, then it does not make sense, right? You need to have a appropriate or accurate transportation unit to transport the product. So that's why, you should keep this field blank, and you should, whenever we'll be creating a resource later on, there you can do the assignment. So what I will always recommend, don't put the value here, keep it blank so that you don't restrict the usage of a container or an equipment for a particular location, because you should offer flexibility to your planner to do the planning and not basically hard code it by using a specific equipment type and equipment group. And the last part here is the resources. So resource, resource is again a specific transaction, a separate transaction within TM, based on which you can actually decide which resources are going to be used for which transportation process. So if you see here, if you see my PPT, so you already have a separate, you can say, a master data for resource, and this resource is actually the actual means of transporting the the cargo from one point to another. So when you can use a proper transfer resource, why to use it for a location? Because today this truck is moving from Cologne to Bremen. Tomorrow it can move from New York to Chicago. So if you are restricting the usage of a truck for a particular location, you are actually confining its transport for a specific location only. So that's what we should avoid. So although SAP has given the option that for a particular location, use this use this resource ID, conserve capacity and all. But when I have a separate transaction to create a resource, and there you actually should create that resource there, and then you should not assign it to a specific location unless you are making sure that the resource needs to come back to the original location. So again, I will recommend not to maintain any data here. These are used only for those areas where there is a limited usage of truck, limited usage of transportation. So for example, in Kashmir, if we're doing any transportation in Kashmir, always from one lane to another lane, there is a specific resource and its capacity can be used, right? You cannot use any other resources. In those areas, hardy areas, hilly areas, you can think to use a fixed or a specific resource information. But if you're planning on a global level where you have the flexibility to use multiple resources, then you should not use any resource information here, or else you are restricting the usage of resource for a particular location. Okay. So this is the configuration. So in terms of configuration, I have already shown you what is there in a resource. You can also basically, once you have created this particular resource, then you have covered these change documents, you have configured the alternative identifier, you can define the IATA code, or if you want to define an IATA code, same thing, you can define an IATA code. So this is for your airport, and I am creating it for a port. Okay. There are two types of locations. If you remember yesterday, I told you one is the global master data, one is the local master data. So location has two variants. The global master data means, as you have said before, when I asked you how many locations are there, some of you said 4. Okay. So when I said that you have 4 locations to be created, 2 locations are transshipment points, right? Which is to be created in TM. Okay. But there are 2 other locations which are outside the control of local TM, because this information is actually inherited from my ECC. Because this source location is my shipping point and my destination location is my ship to party. And whenever you are creating your master data in your TM, these 2 information is always inherited from ECC. So that's why it is called as the global master data. Okay. Did I explain it correctly, or did I misunderstood your question?
So whatever we created now is this global master data, which is
No, local master data, because it is localized within TM only. Okay. So when you'll be referring to the ECC, and master data is only location. Okay. When you'll be referencing the ECC, it will be on a global level. And there are different ways by which you can create that. So first of all, I'll show you how to create this port. For example, in order to create this ports, 2 ports, for example, you can go here. For example, I go to port underscore Bremen. My location type is port. I click on create button. And here you see latitude, longitude is all blank. So I can use the unit location code here. Port uploading. So this is my port at 7. And you see here, currently it is blank, right? Now if I go to address, so I made in some address information, payment code. I put some street house number. So suppose it's Düsseldorf, this is house is the postal code is something, city is Düsseldorf, okay, country is Germany, okay, and this is my region. And when I go into this enter now, once I enter this, I can see the latitude longitude has come up with the precision. Okay. You can also maintain some more information here. You can maintain the telephone number, email, fax, email, whatever it is. Okay. Similarly, I go to alternative identifier. With the alternative identifier type, you can maintain the Bremen port of loading. You can maintain some goods waiting time. I don't know, I cannot maintain any EWM information here, so I keep it blank and I click on save. Okay, clear? Okay. So this is the port at Bremen. Similarly, I will create the port at my New York. Okay. So again, I put in the unit location code. This is the US. So here I will create port of discharge. I don't want to maintain any goods duration time here, for example. Okay. So this is my port of discharge. So I have two more locations. But in order to explain those two more locations, shipping point and my ship to party, right? For my customer or final destination. Yeah, so I'm thinking how to start with the GIS. Okay, because this is, I don't have any PPT for that. So it will be purely a little bit theoretical also, and just few setups. I'll not say it's a configuration setup, but you know, like just a theoretical more knowledge where I can tell you what needs to be done. Okay. So the GIS concept is, as you know, the GIS stands for Geographical Information System, right? So this is a mechanism by which you capture and store different geographical data. And why it is required? This is required in order to enable data analysis as well as visualization. Okay. So through the GIS, it actually help you to do multiple things. First of all, it can allow you to do geocoding. It can help you to do a distance and duration determination. It can help you to do a routing, and also it can also help you to for your geographic map visualization, which can help you to do some decision making also. Okay. So basic functionality is, or basic, I can say that when an address is provided, all the geo coordinates will represent your longitude, latitude, altitude, right? And geocoding means the latitude, longitude, altitude mapping is called as a geocoding. So because of the geocoding, you know, the locations can directly be shown in the right position on the map, and thus the distance and duration determination and routing can be done easily. So given a source and a destination geocoordinate, the distance and duration can be, can be created. Now, why distance and duration is required? Because as I told you, distances are required to do your optimizing based planning. That means how to minimize the distance travel when you are transporting by different mode of transport. That is also possible only if you know the distances to be traveled. And also distances are always shown in your freight order, freight unit, all the information, all those documents actually show the distances that needs to be captured from point A to point B. So apart from distance, duration is also required for your time-based planning. When you are doing your planning, what is the most optimized time that can be used? That is only possible if you are knowing the duration. Okay. So as with distance, durations are also shown in your transportation tool. So means there is a planning tool in our TM called as a transport cockpit, where for different documents for different stages, both distance and duration can be shown. Okay. Now the question is how this particular integration happens. So always note that GIS, if you are integrating with different types of service providers, there are a lot of regional providers which offers this data. Okay. So whenever you are integrating your TM with GIS vendors, basically some TM businesses are already familiar with certain GIS vendor, and they basically use the tools from those vendors. The big companies may even use multiple GIS. That means based on different continent, based on different region, they can use GIS. So that's the reason SAP TM does not contain its own GIS, but it actually offers an infrastructure through which GIS or multiple GIS tools can be integrated. And the integration part with those particular external GIS providers for geocoding, for distance, for duration determination requires ABAP knowledge. Okay. Because whenever you are integrating with any type of external GIS providers, there has to be some services which has to be set up. And how TM needs to be connected to a web service, for that reason you need ABAP. So, it is always preferred that you directly connect a GIS via web service rather than using any type of middleware. Okay. And TM also has its own middleware which you can use, which is called as IGS. If you remember on the very first day in the architecture part, I have shown you that the GIS can be integrated through IGS also. IGS stands for SAP Internet Graphics Server. Okay. However, IGS is not used because IGS requires its own server and its interface is tied to only one vendor and it only uses single distance call. Okay. So therefore it causes a lot of performance issues. So while integrating a GIS for many scenarios, you also have to consider the licensing fee of the GIS and the effort to develop and configure the integration. Okay. So now in order to set that up, there are a few things what you need to keep in mind. So before I go into what are the things you need to do, any question? Framework is there, but in order to connect to any provider, you have to do a enhancement. Okay, so whether it's 2020, 1909, this PC Miller and all the GIS services, basically there are three services which is supported. One is your geocoding service. One is your geo routing service. And these are all service. And if you have to basically avail any service, you cannot get anything in standard. Okay, and another is the map display. Okay, so when I say geocoding, so geocoding means whatever, so it is mainly basically deals with the location master data. Okay, and whenever you are basically setting up the service with specific to geocoding, in that case, the geo coordinates depends on the addresses which you provide. Like in the location master, you have the address, right? So that geo coordinates which you define either based on country level or region level from the location master data. So that is the concept they use for geocoding. And based on that, your latitude longitude is updated. So that is the first one. When you come to geo routing, so geo routing means all the vehicles which is used in transportation planning, they need to be delivered within the shortest time period, right? That is what we call as the route optimization and the transportation optimization, right? And reliable routing basically supports TM by providing the shortest distance. So the distance between the locations is influenced by the geographical position of the locations, right? So that's why when you are doing any type of geo routing, it actually depends on the distance and duration, the geo coordinates and the driving direction. And in order to set this up, basically we need to create the distance and duration in your particular transportation lane. So in a transportation lane, there is another master data in TM where you can specify the transportation distances and the transportation duration. And the geo routing will actually follow the data which you create there. The last data what you have is on the map. Okay, so map part is something which you basically specify. So I will be interested to know what SAP told you that it's a standard. Standard means what? How will you? So these are the basic data you need to set up. And once this data is set up, but you need to have a real-time update from all those GIS, right? And for that, what SAP has done, I show you what SAP's configuration is, but that never works. Okay, so if you go into, where did it go? Transport management, or I will show you in S4 Hana. So you go to transport management. Under transport management, it goes into basic functions. And here I need to check where they put in. Process component text, security.
I think you can search by geo, so you will get that. Yeah.
It will be a typical one.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, distance and duration. So if you see here, under transportation lane, you have this distance and duration, but this is not any specific to PC Miller and all. See, if you see, first of all, you need to define the zone. For which zone you want to distance, and then you assign the country to the zone. Okay. Then you define the strategy and the duration determination. And every strategy is there. And this, when you are changing any strategy, it's an enhancement because this distance and duration strategy is differs from service provider to service provider. Okay. Nowhere you have any data for P similar like that. I don't know, but
okay. Okay. Yeah, got it.
Okay. And if
so,
you want to use, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
If you want to use GIS tool, that means if you want to integrate with your GIS provider, you have to integrate this. If you want to use the SAP's own tool of IGS, then you can do it. And if you are using the IGS and all, it makes sense to capture the data directly from the transport level. But if you are willing to pay extra additional amount of money to basically get the real-time updates on the geographical system, then you can think of buying the license from the service provider, and accordingly the distance, duration, determination, everything can be done. Okay. LVN, not possible. It's a cloud-based product. ASR, advanced shipping receiving. Okay. So it is part of S4 Hana. Okay. So we need to basically integrate with S4 Hana. That is which is the latest updated version is FSP02, which is not part of this content. Okay. So that is not there.
Okay, so and freight agreement which has no Excel integration.
Yeah, normal freight agreement with Excel updates and all that is there. Okay. So as I told you, the major difference between S4 Hana and your TM part lies only in the order management. So what we can do, I can do a combination of both. Okay. So order management part, the things which are added in 9.5, I can show you that. And then I can run the course in S4 Hana also. That will also okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So let me start with that. So basically, if you see this, sorry, I was in the master data part, right? Just one more thing which I wanted to tell you before I go ahead on this, that whenever you are actually setting up any type of geocoding, so this one which I told you that geocoding is there is one layer of configuration which you also need to do, which I just show you because I just shown one path for GIS and there is another path for geocoding, which is your NetWeaver. So under SAP NetWeaver, you will have general settings, and under general settings, you have set geocoding. So this also configuration you need to activate or update. Okay. So where you need to first of all register the geocoding program. Okay. So before any external geocoding functions are used, at least one geocoding services has to be registered in the system. So these services is what you are saying about. You have to activate the service from PC Miller and all. Okay, so there are a lot of services. You need to have this first of all. Okay.
Okay.
So next, once you have registered this geocoding program, next is you need to assign the geocoding program to countries, because you need to know for which country the distance and duration needs to be determined and the routing. Okay. So you need to maintain this geocode and maintenance sync. Okay. So so for every country, this is required. Okay. Or else it is not going to work. So means each location, that means in other words, whatever location you want to have as a GIS setup, for each location, for each country, they will use this service. And in the standard, the service is SAP O. This is the standard service we use. Okay. Now, once you have defined this, then we need to assign the address fields for geocoding, because the geocoding, how will the system know for which field you want to determine the geocoding, right? So for that, you need to assign the relevant address fields for geocoding. So that means to restrict the geocoding service calls and to improve the performance of the geocoding, you have to maintain the address fields that will trigger the geocoding. This is very important, because for some countries or regions, they only want region. For some others, they want city. For some others, they want postal code. So these are the different fields which SAP has standard, and you can do it. Okay. And finally, once you have added these fields, you need to process the geographical data. So this is the most important part, because you have to map the country with the geocoordinates. That's where you see that when I was entering the coordinates, rather when I was entering the country, the geocoordinates were coming in, right? This is because of this configuration. And the table name is GEOT005. GEO stands for geography, T005. So that is the table where all this information gets stored. So that is the standard table where you can find it. And you can also define the geocoordinates for regions. So, if like I think you were asking, right? Like how these latitude, longitude, altitudes are coming automatically. This is because of these two configurations. And there are certain reports also. If you want to basically run the report of mass geocoding. So there is a report if you go to SC38. I forget this, but SAP APO /mass underscore geocode underscore this one. Okay. You can use this report for mass geocoding. Okay. In order to do this, why I was telling you a development is required, because there is a service you need to activate, and that service is in the config. It's in the enhancement. I just show you that also. So if you go to SPRO, so whenever you are getting any service, external services from PC Miller or XYZ, okay, you go to basic functions, you go to process controller, and there is a service called as GEO underscore DET, which is a geographical determination service. Okay, so this service is always linked to a method. Okay, So there are a lot of services you see. One service is for coordinate, one service is for route, okay? And every services, or so for example, GOT, and every services have to be linked to a method. So you have to find the corresponding method for the corresponding service. That's why I was telling you that without enhancement, you cannot proceed, because every method which you're linking to the services has to have a class interface and interface component specified for that particular service provider. See, this is the one. Now, did you understand why did I tell you in standard not possible?
Yeah.
The SAP has given a standard implementation code, but that does not work. You have to enhance as per the requirement. Okay? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any question from anyone before I go into the location part for source and destination? Anything? Okay. So this source and destination location can be created in two different ways in two different servers. Now it depends on whether you are in S4 Hana or whether you are in standalone. If you are working in S4 Hana, please be very attentive here. If you are working in S4 Hana, you don't need to basically spend too much time. Just go to a report which is called as AC38. And in this report, there is a program, SAP APO create location. And when you go to this particular program, and if you execute this, system will say create location for business partner, plant and shipping point. So that means in case my shipping point is 2020, okay, in that case, if I run this, my locations will be created automatically. In case I need to, so this is my source location because my shipping point is my source location. And for destination location, because it will be my ship to party, which is my customer. So you can always use, for example, if you are using this customer, you can always run and you can create the location. So in SAP S4 HANA, this is very much simplified. You just need to run this report and automatically locations will be created for your source and destination. But if you are moving in through your SAP TM standalone, then we need to create your sifting. You have to do some sifting. So sifting is the process by which you have to transfer your master data from ECC to TM. So that is the framework or the methodology we use whenever we are working on standalone. So again, I write here clearly, if you are working on standalone server, you use SIF model to transfer your master data. Sorry, standalone. And if you are using, if you're working in S4 HANA, then you can use the report to transfer your shipping point and your ship to party in S4 HANA. Clear? Now, how do you do the sifting? So for example, I created my master data. This is my master data, CUST_002 in SD. I hope all of you know how to create a customer master, right? Anyone who does not know? So when you are working in any sifting, first of all, you have to type this transaction CFM1. So CFM1 is, first of all, you have to create integration model and then you have to activate the integration model. So there are two transactions involved in order to do the sifting. One is your CFM1, another is your CFM3. So suppose I want to transfer my customer. So I just create For example, CUS underscore TM. So that means I'm transferring my customer master in TM. So this is the logical system because this is the system where I need to transfer. That is my TM system. And this is the application. So I can use certain APU application ID. This is it's again a free text. You can use any application, but I'm using the earlier application which I've used to transfer my master data. So I'm just using the customer one. It can be anything. You can just use any text. And whenever I'm going to transfer my customer master, what I have to do, I have to select for which customer I need to transfer, right? So what you can do, you can basically select the customer here. Where you can select the customer, just select this here, select this, and here you can maintain the customer ID. When you are maintaining this customer ID here, you have to also ensure that this, whether you only want to create a location or you also want to create a business partner. Can you tell me why this option is there and which option you should select? Let me guess what what you understood from TM. Which option I should select?
Locations.
Number 2.
Only locations?
No, number 2. We need a location and a BP.
Yes, right. You need a location as well as business partner because see, again, you have to come back to the very basics. So if you see this particular flow, ship to party is my location because this is my destination location. But at the same time, ship to party is a partner, right? He is a business partner for you because this ship to party is used in my sales as a business partner. And at the same time, this ship to party is also created as a location. So whenever you are transferring vendor master or customer master, always create this option as 2 because you need also the location and the business partner. And once you maintain this, you basically need to execute. Once you execute, select this, click on integration model. So it will say integration model generated. Good. Okay. You can do a consistency check. Okay. No errors found. So once you have created this integration model, then you have to go to another transaction CFM3. This is for activation. And this CFM3 is actually taking the data from the previous CFM1. That's why you don't have to enter the data again. See the same data, model, same, logical system, same, application, same. And then you activate. And once you activate, you just click on this and you click on start. So initially the status is inactive, you have to activate it. So when you activate, click on ignore. Okay. And this activation is done. It will be turned into green. So that means now your customer has been saved into TL. Similarly, you have to also shift your shipping point. So again, I go to CFM1. And here instead of customer, I just change the model name to shipment underscore TL. And here my application should be different because I don't want to mix any application. So I want to create it as ship01. And when I do this, I have to enter my shipping points. So what I need to do, I go down and beside my customer, I have my shipping points. So you can enter multiple shipping points. So if you want to enter multiple, you just click on this multiple selection. As of now, I want to only shift my shipping point, which I'm going to use. So it is, I think, TSPD. Okay. Click on execute. And then I go to my this one CFM3. And then I activate. Similarly, if you want to sieve the material, You can also sieve the material through CFM1. And here, instead of shipping, you can say material I want to transfer across TM. And in the logical system, sorry, in the application, I need to specify the material. And here I need to specify my materials. So my material is TM product 01.
Okay.
Why 5 it showed? It showed 5 because this material is extended to 5 plants. Okay. But then it went to CFM3.
Okay.
And if you want to basically check whether your shipping has been done correctly, what you can do, you can just create a sales order. Suppose you just this hidden level information, you can just create it. And then suppose I give this to 20. I give this to 20. I enter my material product. I give a quantity as 1. And then I click on save. So my sales order got created. If I see the TM status, I did not maintain the route. Should have maintained the route here. So this is my OTR, which got created with my freight unit. That means whatever material, whatever shipping point, whatever customer I've used is correct. So this is my OTR, order-based requirement. And if you want to basically create your delivery, you can also create a DTR.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. How does SAP TM contribute to supply chain visibility? Option A, by monitoring warehouse operation. Option B, by providing real-time tracking of shipments. Option C, by optimizing inventory levels. Option D, by automating procurement processes. Take your moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section. Future proof your supply chain career with SAP Transportation Management expertise. ZaranTech offers in-depth SAP TM training program designed to help you master this powerful logistic solution. With easy to grasp online video modules, this course breaks down end-to-end processes of freight orders and shipment management using SAP TM. From transportation planning to track and trace visibility, you will gain hands on practice configuring and operating SAP Transportation Management. Check out our testimonials on our website from professionals who have become sought after supply chain experts after taking this career boosting course. You will be confident applying your skills in roles like logistic manager, transportation analyst, and shipping coordinator, and more. Whether you want to stand out in your current organization or explore new opportunities, SAP TM skills are highly valued for top employers. Give your resume a competitive edge and enroll in our SAP Transportation Management course today. So, click below the register SAP TM course details. Let me know how I can help answer any questions about growing your skills in the transformational SAP solution.
Setting user parameter. So this is done with the help of transaction code CFC1. So when you are doing this user parameter transaction specification, okay, so in this you actually make certain entries for the different parameter. Okay, so so the next setup was that you need to define a number range which was CFC8. Okay, so this is the standard number where you can actually define the number range for the parallels. Okay, and then there is another transaction where you can actually specify. So you don't have to do anything there. So the transaction is CFC3. So there you need to actually define the filter and the selector block size. So you don't need to do anything here. You just need to check what are the whether the different entries are correct or not. So for example, for different stocks and sources. So this is the standard entry you generally get it. But this is part of the initial landscape maintenance. Okay. So what you need to see here, mainly you need to see the shipping point if the entry is here. So it's T underscore SHP. SHP stands for shipping point. Okay. So that means the entries are here. Sales order entries are here. And vendor entry is here and shipping point entry is here. So you just need to specify this. So this is a block size recommendation which SAP always updates it in standard. Okay. So basically this will determine the number of data objects that will be transferred to TM in case there is an RFC from the initial data transfer. Okay. And it is always recommended not to change any filter and block size which is specified by SAP here. Okay. So this is the next one where you maintain view for the filter size. The next is the change transfer for master data. So that means there is another transaction which is CFC9. So here what you do, so this is important because all the master data changes. Suppose you are changing any material master, customer master, vendor master, shipping points, all are configured as a periodic transfer to TM. So any change which is done, you basically needs to indicate this that all the changes will only be transferred. In that case, if you schedule it as a batch job, all the changes will be transferred as a batch job from the ECC to TM. Okay. So for that, you need to maintain this master data change transfer value to F2. 2 means immediately the changes should be transferred. Or if you want to make it as a batch job, then you have to change it to 1. Okay. Similarly for customer also, for vendor also. Okay. Then before you actually do this, so this is my targets changes for SIF. The next is we need to activate the change pointer. So in order to activate the change pointer, the transaction code is BD61. So this configuration is actually a prerequisite for transferring any master data change with the change pointer. So that is what we call as an activate change pointer. And that is done through BD61. And then you can also activate the change pointer per message type. That is also a possibility. Okay. So the next part is you need to activate the online transfer using business transaction event. So that means there is a transaction code BF11. And here what you have to do, here basically there are two applications, ND dash APO and NDI. So this BTE means business transaction event. So this BTE will be used to activate the online transfer for both the transaction data changes and the master data changes. Okay. So for that, this ND underscore APO is actually the new dimension plugin APO, and NDI is the new dimension integration APO application. And these both needs to be activated here. So in standard, again, you will get this. You don't have to do anything. Okay. The next transaction code, what we have is SMQR. So this is, as I told you, the transfer of data between source to destination is done through queues. So when your particular, the APO system or your TM system will send the planning result to your ECC system, the queues will be generated in the ECC system in the inbound. So in that case, it is very important that the inbound queues that are to be processed must be registered in the scheduler. So this is an activity which your basis guy should do. And here you actually need to maintain the queue input scheduler where the type, the mode, the runtime, attempts, all this information needs to be specified. So this is called as a queue in scheduler. Okay. So in that case, you need to mark this here. And the transaction code is SMQ1. Okay. Similarly, we need a queue out scheduler. So queue out scheduler means, so here it is SMQS. So queue out scheduler means the outbound queues will be processed by the scheduler. So that is what is called as a queue out. So there will be inbound scheduler as well as outbound scheduler. Okay. So here the target system to where the RFCs will be sent are registered here. So this is all the transactions or setup we need to do in your ECC system. Not everything. You have to coordinate with basis and check all these are there. Okay, because I agree most of them are basis, but this is part of the system preparation activity where both functional and basis has to work with each other. Okay. So similarly, there are certain transactions which you also need to run in TM system. Again, these are something which also relates to some basis activities, but these are part of the system preparation activity. And this comes into the picture only when you are basically mainly setting up the master data element. So if I go into the TM system, so in the TM, so again, the logical system definition, you see now I'm in PD client. Okay. And here also you need to define the logical system for both ECC as well as TM. Okay, so it's PD client 300. Okay. And also the ID client 800 is there. Okay. And the second is again, just as we have assigned the logical system to the client, the same thing we need to also do for TM system. So here again, the second step is assign logical system to. The third step is we need to set up RFC destination. So this is okay. So RFC destination is again SM59. So basically you need to go to SM59 and basically check Okay. So for my ECC, it's okay. So this is my ID client. So once this is there, the next setup is more or less it's the same that, okay, we need to maintain the business system group. If you remember, I have already shown you the maintenance of the business system group. So that is again, if you don't remember, you can also go directly into the transaction code SAP APO/C1. Remember the business system group which you created? So the main objective of business system group is to determine the assignment to the respective ECC system that are to be connected, right? So in case your TM system is connected with multiple ECC system where they use the same number range of material, plant, vendor, customer, then we need to define multiple BSG group. But in case you are using to one ECC system, one BSG group to one RF system. Next is assign the logical system to the business system group. That is the next. So again, I had already shown you this, but just to recollect. So instead of, okay, so here you need to enable, that every ERP system, which is my ID8 system, must be assigned to a BSG. Okay, so if you see this ID8 is assigned to a BSG. Okay. And there is another transaction where you need to assign some user parameter. So this user parameter is instead of C2, it should be C4. And here you can specify basically the logging process as well as the debugging process. Okay. So this is the user parameter which will set or control how data records should be logged in case an application log is happening or required to be maintained for a specific user. Okay. So yeah, you can use this functionality to debug in case any queues get created for that user. So in case you want to use it for all the users rather than using a single user, you can also use the star mark. Star mark means it will be applicable for all. Okay. And last part is
what is the take code for this one, Vinod?
Sorry.
What is the transaction code for this one? User parameter?
Yeah, the transaction code is C4. It just change with C4.
C4. Okay.
Okay. The next part is you need to maintain the queue in scheduler. So then maintain queue in scheduler. So while you are maintaining a queue in scheduler, okay, so that means when the ECC will be sending the master and the transaction data to the ECC system, okay, so it will generate the queues in the inbound of the APO system. APO system is my TM system. So these inbound queues needs to be processed by the TM system. So for that, the registration needs to happen also in the queue in scheduler. So the transaction code for queue in scheduler is SMQR. So queue out scheduler transaction code is SMQS. So these are queue out means these are the outbound queues which needs to be processed by the scheduler, and the scheduler will be configured using SMQS by the basis team. So the transaction code here is SMQS. Okay. Now, once you have done this, there are 2 or 3 other transactions which you need to not maintain. It will always be there. Okay. So /SAP APO/1. does not exist. Okay, maybe they have removed this. Okay, okay, maybe you can neglect that. Okay, this is what the different transactions and setup is required. And once it is done, you just need to create the integration model and then you need to activate the model. And so why I'm showing you this, because even though it is a basis activity, but at least you should be, in case some master data transfer shipping does not work, so you can have the chance to, check whether all this information is there or not. Okay. So the next transaction, what we will be seeing is on the master data, what we'll be seeing is the transportation zone. Okay. So what is the significance of transportation zone? I tell you. So if you see here, we have defined the location and now we'll define transportation zone. The transportation zone means what? Suppose if you are moving, if you consider this scenario, if you are moving from Cologne to Chicago via these two ports, right? So this Bremen port is in Germany and this Newark port is in US. And both these ports, or rather both these locations, which is at the European location and here, which is at the US location, basically they are into two different zones. Why two different zones? Because one is in the Europe zone, another in the US zone. What is the benefit of that? The benefit is sometimes the carrier will try to send you or basically do the charge calculation based on regions or zones rather than sending you location. So if you are grouping the multiple locations into one zone, so there are three ways by which the grouping can be done. So I can group based on location ID, I can group based on your region, and I can group based on postal code. Because if you remember when I showed you that, the location master data, I have shown you that in the address master, in the address data of the location master, you can maintain country, you can maintain region, you can maintain city, as well as you can maintain your postal code. So that's how the grouping can be done. And also, if you are doing the grouping, the major advantage is that using the grouping process, you can actually reduce the maintenance of master data. So with more transportation zone, if you're creating a transport zone and if you're putting all the locations into one zone, you don't need to maintain all the locations for that zone individually when you are doing any type of planning and all. Just maintain the zone, system will automatically consider the grouping of locations into it. Okay. So in order to create the zone, basically what you have to do, you go into this BD transaction or rather BD client, which is your TM client. And here, if you click on this master data, if you expand this transportation network, if you expand this transportation zone, and here you can define the transportation zone. So when you are defining any transportation zone, system will first of all ask you what is the name of the zone. So I tell that the name of the zone is transportation zone _ Europe. Okay. And it is maybe created today. Okay. And you give a description. The transportation zone includes block plus port of loading. Okay. Just some simple example of description. And once you've done this, then if you see below, there are three ways by which the zones can be grouped. The important part here is that in case of transportation zone, there is no configuration required. Nothing needs to be configured because you already have locations and you just need to maintain the locations here. So in case you don't want to maintain location within a zone, you can also. Okay. Okay. The second location, what I'm using is my port of loading, right? So if I want to use my port of loading, I forgot the port there. And here I can say my port of bringing, right? So my port of bringing. And in case you feel that certain locations needs to be seen already, in case the same location is being used in some other transportation zone, you'll get a warning message. And in case you want to remove some of the location from the zone, you can click on this exclude button. And once you click on this exclude button, you can just click on the. So similarly, if I want to create another transportation zone, because I have a two transportation zone, one for my Europe, another for my US, right? So in that case, what I will do, I will create another transportation zone. And here I need to basically maintain this value here. Okay, so this is my zone. So I will use my US zone. So that date is 12.08. And here I'll give a description. Transportation zone will include location and port of discharge. And the second one is my customer location. Okay. So with this your transportation zone. So once we have defined a transportation zone and this one, so there is another transaction where you can actually, if I go to the location, I can assign a transshipment point. So what do you mean by transshipment point? So if you remember yesterday I told you transshipment point is that point where the goods are loading and unloading happens, right? So that means if I go into this, so these are my two transshipment points because this is the place where goods are unloaded and reloaded and also the mode of transport changes. So that's why it is called as a transshipment. And then accordingly, we can basically set it up. Okay, so how to assign the transshipment point? So in order to have the transshipment points created, so what we have to do, basically you can assign the transshipment points here. So for example, if I go into this zone, so my first zone was so this is my zone here. And here I can maintain my transportation zone here. And my location was port of loading, right? So in case you want to assign the port of loading also as a transshipment point for this zone, then I need to just select this port of loading and I need to assign here the transshipment point. That's it. And then I just need to click on create update assignments. Okay. And if you go back, you can also go into the table contents. And here you can see the assignment, which are the locations or which are the transshipment locations. No, we are not using the same name here. Basically, here you are just need to identify. See, in one zone you can have 20 locations, right? Out of this 20 location, how you are going to differentiate which location is your transshipment point? Because sometimes what happens, sometimes like when you are doing a planning, maybe the based on the Incoterm or based on the agreement, the particular your shipper, your customer says, okay, I'm responsible to pay the carrier for the transshipment point 1 and 2. How you are going to differentiate it then? So in order to differentiate that particular attribute, we need to maintain within your zone which are the locations that is your transshipment point. So this is just for an assignment.
Okay, not all the locations will be transshipment point. That's what you're saying.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
So as I told you, that is these are the only locations where your particular loading and unloading happens and mode of transport always changes. Because if your mode of transport is not changing, then it is not a transshipment point.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to delete the assignments, you can also delete it. Similarly, if you go into the next location, you can just type in as US. Okay. Okay, it's updated. So this is the second important feature I would like to say of your particular transshipment points, where you can actually specify which are the transshipment. Now we come to the another important master data, which is your mode of transport. So why mode of transport is important, I tell you. Can you tell me why mode of transport is important? Why we require that? What? I'm just removing this. Okay. I hope you can take it from the recording. Okay. See, basically what happens when you are basically doing a transport. So when you will be setting up a transportation network, as I told you, you need to have a truck, right? So what happens here? So just try to understand this, then your entire clarification will be there on the resource part. So the mode means all are connected to your resources. So what happens here? So suppose I have a truck which is moving from Poland to Germany. So what happens? The highest level is truck. So truck is the resource for me. Now truck can be of two types, right? One can be a cool truck and another can be a non-cool truck. Okay. Now if I'm using a cool truck, it can be basically it can have different variation, right? It can be a 50 tons truck. It can be a 100-ton truck. Similarly, when you're talking about a non-cool truck, it can be, suppose I'm using only one variation, 75-ton truck. So in SAP terminology, this is mandatory. We need a truck. But whether you need to break it down into this variation, that is not a mandatory thing. So if you are having such type of hierarchy, so this cool truck, non-cool truck, these are called as a means of transport. And whenever we are basically creating any means of transport, always remember every means of transport is linked to a mode of transport. So my mode of transport is road, but my means of transport can be a cool truck and non-cool truck. Or it can be a short bed trailer and a big bed trailer. Okay. And when you come across to this capacity part, although when you are creating a truck, you can always maintain the capacity here. But in case you want to have different variations in terms of capacities, in terms of length, width, height of the resource and all, then you can also create another master data which is called as an equipment. Okay. So the basic relationship here is every means of transport is linked to your mode of transport, and every mode of and every resource which you are creating is linked. So before you create the resource, then first of all, we need to make sure that the mode of transport and the means of transport is there. Always make sure that try to use as much standard as possible. Okay, you can always create the Z1, but obviously if you're having a bifurcation such as cool truck, non-cool truck, this is not going to have a standard. You can copy and use the Z1, but the mode of transport and all, which is always standard. So where we define mode of transport, if we again go into the configuration, I go to transportation management. Under transport management, I go to master data. Under master data, I go to resources, and under resources. So basically before going to resource, go to transport lane, and here you need to define the transportation mode. So it is under a transportation lane. So under lane, you have mode of transport. And if you see, the standard mode of transport is sufficient. So one mode of transport is road, another is rail, another is sea, another is inland waterway, which is also called as a barge. Another is air, another is parcel and highway. So if you go to road, every mode of transport has a description, and how will you know whether this 01 is road? For that, we have to use a category. So this category actually is going to be 4. This category will actually specify whether this 01 is road or not. And main carriage is actually used only for air or sea. For road and truck and motorcycle and all, you don't have to use any main carriage. Main carriage means the maximum distance for which the mode of transport is being used. Generally we use for ocean or air. And here also, if you see the relationship, I told just the reverse, right? That every means of transport is linked to a mode of transport. That's what I told you, right? But here, every mode of transport can also be linked to a means of transport. But I don't want to assign any other means of transport here, because if you are assigning the means of transport here, that means only you are assigning That means you are saying that only there can be one means of transport per mode of transport, which is not correct, right? You can have two means of transport also using the same mode of transport. That is, the reverse is true. So I will always recommend don't put anything here, keep it as blank. And this sustainability factor means this is the factor which is taken into account for basically determining how much of CO2 emissions is occurring in the industry. As you know that whenever any type of vehicle is running on the road or any type of ship is running on the sea, there are fuel emissions, right? And the main objective of transportation industry is to reduce the fuel emission. So in order to reduce the fuel emission, how much fuel is being basically being emitted by that particular mode of transport, for that we need a integration with an analytics. The analytics cloud solution is being developed to measure this sustainability. So for that, this sustainability factor can be deployed. As of now, it is more of a development phase. It is still going on. How SAP will actually use this to provide a the CO2 emission less atmosphere. So this is something we can take up later on. Okay. So next will come into the, so I will not create any new value because the standard what SAP provides is sufficient, because you can always create a Z1, but ultimately the category mode of transport will always be road, rail, sea, air. So it doesn't make too much of value addition to basically create a new one. Okay. Now, once we have done this, the next part what you have to consider is the means of transport. So if you go here, every mode of transport is linked to a means of transport. So means of transport means what? Means of transport is you go to resource, under resources, you get your means of transport. So here we can think of creating two means of transport, right? So let me first of all explain what is mean by a means of transport. So means of transport, obviously we have the standard ones. So if you see the standard ones, the first 5 are standard ones. If it is using road, so if I scroll to the left hand side a little bit, in case you are using means of transport road, so the standard code is 31. If you are using rail, the standard code is 72. If you are using plane, the standard code is 006. If you are using ship, it is 011. If it is car, it is 038. So these are the different types of codes or the mode of transport which SAP is providing. Okay, and this code and this mode of transport gives a differentiating factor to the means of transport. Because you know that when I'm using a short pull truck or a non-pull truck, a short reefer, every resource has to be linked to a mode of transport, right? So this is where the relationship is. Now you go back to the notepad, what I told you. Every means of transport is linked to a mode of transport. So every means of transport is linked to a mode of transport. Okay. And here is the resource class. So resource class means here you can specify whether this means of transport is for rail car, ship, trailer, truck. So this resource class is actually used to identify the resource. So again, I will recommend to keep this as blank, because when you'll be creating a resource separately, you can mention the resource class there. Because if you are using a resource class, for example, truck, and later on the same means of transport is used for trailer, then that becomes a problem. So you can have multiple variants to this means of transport, so that accordingly it is better to keep it blank. This is the speeds. So speed distance. So that means basically what is this? What is the significance of this? The significance is that every type of basically so the speed and the low speed, medium speed, high speed. So they represent the speeds when they are traveling in different developed areas on highways and motorways. So if you are in a motorway, it's obviously a high speed. If you are going on a developed area, it's if you're going on a motorway, yeah, it's a high speed. If you're going on a developed area, it can be an average speed. And if you're going on a high terrain or highways or any other, it will be a low speed. So the speeds are basically used to determine the distance and the duration. That is the main objective, because based on the speed, you know how. So distance factor is basically the distance ratio between the distance to be considered and the straight line distance. So there is a the ratio is calculated in that way. Then this distance factor is actually used to calculate the distance and duration in case the speeds are not available. So I'll come down when I'll come into the GIS, I'll tell you where these features are used. Okay. Then comes the multi-resource. See, this concept is very important. What is multi-resource? See, suppose I have a shipment document. Okay, so suppose you know that every shipment document, or in SAP TM terminology, we call it as a freight order, right? So every freight order will have a arrival date. So suppose your truck is coming to a premise, it is departing at 4 p.m. and the arrival time is 5 p.m., right? So arrival means where it is. Whenever we are doing any shipment or when you are creating any freight order, what we are doing, we are actually loading the freight into the truck, right? That is a freight order, that is a shipment. Okay, so one truck is equal to one freight order, is equal to one shipment. So whenever you are going to load, you will have a specific departure time because the truck will depart only after loading, and when it will come to customer location, it will unload, that is arrival time. So suppose I have a departure and arrival time at 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. This is the time frame. Okay. Now during this time, if I am marking the resource as multi-resource, okay, so that means I can, okay, if I'm not marking it as a multi-resource, that means I cannot use that resource multiple times for other freight orders. Okay, so for that reason, always put a tick mark on multi-resource. So multi-resource means whether the resource which is assigned to the means of transport represents a single resource or whether it represents a multi-resource. So what happens here, in case you are not marking as multi-resource, and if you know if you are planning another freight order with the same means of transport, okay, in that case it will not allow you to use the same resource within this time frame. So that's why it is very important that you should mark them as multi-resource so that you can deploy the resource multiple times for a multi-resource. And one more thing is that in case of a multi-resource, so as I told you, single resource means which is not multi-resource. Single resource means it can be deployed only once. So single resource are generally used to plan a company's own fleet of trucks. Multi-resources are used to represent your subcontracting trucks. Okay. And if you are using you know the process of and lock multi-resource. So lock multi-resource means what? So lock multi-resource means this will define whether multi-resources gets locked during planning. That means if a multi-resource is locked, it cannot be used in two parallel planning sessions. If it is not locked, then the system will enable two or more parallel planning sessions. And there we see additional properties. So what is additional properties? So additional properties, first of all, is a passive. Has anyone heard about the word passive resource, active resource? Anyone? Anyone knows about this terminology? Because there are two types of resources always. One is your active resource, another is your passive resource. So active resource, passive resource means if you are not putting a tick mark for passive, it's an active resource. Okay, so active resource means they are the resources which can move alone. But if you are putting a tick mark for passive, that means they can be moved only by an active resource. So if I'm considering any road mode of transport, trucks are active resource, trailers are passive resource. Similarly, if we are talking about rail mode of transport, locomotive is an active resource, rail car is a passive resource. So that is the meaning between active and passive. So in case, then you have a question called as a no capacity. So no capacity means, so if you go into the help button, you can easily understand what is the meaning of that. So no capacity means basically the system wants to check the checkbox if you are assigning. So that means it, okay, if you see here, you use this checkbox to specify that the resource is not to have its own capacity. Therefore, select this checkbox for the means of transport to which the vehicle resource is assigned. That means if we want to have, suppose, a tractor and a trailer, then because the tractor is pulling the trailer and all the load of the freight goes into the trailer, so the tractor will not have any capacity, right? So in that case, you can mark them as no capacity. Similarly, you have this one called as a no direct load. So no direct load means whether, so this parameter defines that goods cannot be loaded into the resource. Okay, so in case a resource has any trailer or something, you are not allowed to load any type of goods into that particular means of transport. If you have such type of requirement, then you have to click on no direct load. And this is the meaning of this sustainability factor we have already discussed in the means of transport. And then you have got another called as a own MTR. Own MTR means whether the resources which are assigned to this means of transport belongs to your own fleet or not. Okay. So if it does not belong to your own fleet, then comes the schedule MTR. Schedule MTR means whether you want to use the means of transport for schedule. Schedule, I think all of you, I don't know whether any of you have known this word schedule. Schedule means you can create, you have a fixed departure time, you have a fixed arrival time. So for example, if I talk about, for example, a particular a flight is always leaving from Bangalore at 9 a.m. and it is arriving at Hyderabad at 11 a.m. That means always a flight has a fixed schedule, a fixed departure and a fixed arrival time. Okay, so in case a specific means of transport has a specific schedules, in that case you can use this schedule NTR. Okay. Then you have your GIS quality. So GIS quality means what? GIS quality option will determine whether your GIS is being used or not. So if this option is selected, then the GIS will calculate the distance and duration. So how it will calculate? So the duration determination will take into account the low, medium and high speed. So in other words, if you are using GIS, you have to mention the speeds here. If you are not using GIS, then no put. And in case there is another tick mark called as a default MTR. So default MTR means if no specific means of transport could be determined for a specific freight order, in that case, so I will create a single means of transport for you because I need two means of transport. One for road, one for ship, for example. Okay, so I will create this. So one I will use for a long full truck maybe, underscore for full truck load. You can maintain a low speed, medium speed, high speed. Okay, I use a multi-resource, unlimited number of times. Okay, and suppose it's not my own. Similarly, I will use one for C as well. Okay. So and here instead of this one, I will use C. And I think this is 72. I just need to check that. Okay. And if you are not knowing the so what we have done so far? So far we have created the means of transport. We have created the mode of transport. And now you can create a resource. Sorry, before creating resource, you can also create an option of equipment type and equipment group, so that you can actually be very specific about the capacity of the trucks you are going to use. Again, I tell you equipment type, equipment group is not mandatory. You can skip without it. Okay. So in order to create your equipment type and equipment group, go back. And here within your resource, you have this. Okay. So you can use this group. So if you see here, basically there are three types of groups. One is a vehicle group, one is a handling group, one is a transportation unit group. So for trucks, we need to basically click on this vehicle group. So suppose I have a truck which is my vehicle truck. And if I go on this vehicle group, my group is suppose a vehicle truck. And here you need to specify the class, okay? And here you need to mention the description of the 20-ton truck. You can specify which means of transport you are going to use. In case this truck has a compartment, then you have to create a compartment profile. It is not mandatory. In case this truck is carrying or assigning any packaging material, you can use the packaging material. Sometimes what happens, the truck is carrying a material which has a packaging material type. So you can specify the packaging material type here. And when you are creating a packaging material type here, you can also specify whether this particular truck is carrying any food grade resource or not. In case it is carrying a food grade resource, then you can put a tick mark here. And this is the capacity of the particular, the capacity of the particular truck which you are basically creating. So you can specify what is the capacity, what is the length of the truck, width of the truck, height of the truck, what are the number of units that can be accommodated in that truck. And below you have the properties. So you can specify what is the gross weight, what is the volume, what is the tear weight, what is the maximum length, what is the maximum width, maximum height. Yeah, what is the split deck position? Split deck position means if your truck has got number of decks, you can have some spacing between each of the deck. So that is what is called as a split deck. You can also specify what is the connector distance, and all this information you can put it here. In case this truck is based on certain temperature, so this is the first axle, second axle, all the information you can put it here. So this information will actually either come from the carrier or it will come for the, basically from the, your client should give you this information.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So I will create a new vehicle group. So, so this is, for example, ZV1. I'll create a vehicle group for non-chill product. Maybe and this is the resource class. And with this, I will not be using all the trucks. Maybe I'll just use the 15-ton trucks or 10-ton truck maybe. So my means of transport I need to assign here. So my means of transport was the one which I created, which is your Z01_FTL. And here you can basically maintain the payload weight. You can maintain the capacity. So it is 10 PO. Okay. If you want to maintain some length width height, you can do it. So the maximum gross weight. Okay. And the tier weight. So you can also specify the tier volume. You can also specify the length, width, height. So in all this information, actually, you need to collect the information. And okay. Capacity. And here you can maintain the different types of axle distance and all. Again, this is mainly required in case you are doing an external planning and your carrier, or rather if you want to do it from your internal fleet also, you can have this information. Okay. And then you can create the table. Similarly, if you want to do it for your C you can also do that. So if you see, I've selected truck here. So if you want to have a specific vehicle group for ship also, you can, sorry, you can create it as ZV1, just copy that to ZV2. And here instead of truck, you can say it's a launching product transport buyers vessel. And here the resource class should be vessel. Okay. It is ZV1 and this is ZV2. This is the equipment type and equipment group. So there are some other configurations here which you see. In case you are planning to transport a container, then also you can specify here the transportation groups. So for example, the group is for container is always marked as CN. For CN, you can specify what are the different components of container. So suppose if you want to transport any product using a 20 feet container, so you have to click on 20 feet and here you can specify what is the tier weight, what is the volume, what is the capacity, what is the payload weight, what is the cubic capacity, maximum length, height, weight. You can maintain all this info. Similarly, if you are going, if you want to use any handling resource means, for example, if you are transporting using, for example, like forklift. Okay, so like, or it would.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the primary benefit of SAP TM for transportation planning? Option A, reduction in transportation cost. Option B, streamlining of warehouse operations. Option C, improved customer relationship management. Option D, optimization of manufacturing processes. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section.
Be picked up by a crane and then the movement will be done by a forklift. So in that case, the resource group and the resource class should be forklift, and here you can specify the capacity of the forklift. Okay, so the last part what we'll cover today is resource, because ultimately whatever we are doing, if you see here, it is because of this resource, right? Because resource is a very critical part of your transportation process. So without resource, basically the physical movement, you cannot happen. Now there are, in order to create a resource, again, resource is a completely a TM object. You don't have to do anything in ECC for that. So in order to create a resource, what you have to do? So I will open the configuration node because there are a lot of configuration which is there, which is not mandatory for all, but you can just release it. You can just relate it. And this is the end users one. So if you go into master data, under master data, you go resource, and under resource, if you see, you can get an overview resource. So if you want to have an overview of all the resources which is being used here, this is called as the overview resource. Okay, this is also called as the object work list. So either you can use this or you can also directly go into the transportation cockpit and you can create your resource. So if you are opening this overview resource, you can basically see what are the resources which has been created here. Okay, so there are different resources created and you can basically go through it. So this is also called as a work list. So work list is a type of report. So we don't have any report specific things in TM. So it's either 2 or 3 depending, considering that you can use the same resource for the stage 1 and the stage 3. In that case, you can use it. Okay. But if you feel that you need to have different truck, because see the reason why you can create, that anybody can challenge, but because it's more of a, a type of a, demo session we are doing here, you can say, but because every truck has a unique truck registration number, right, for different country. So you may tell me, okay, even if you're using the same resource, okay, we can always use a different two trucks, or because if it is a end-to-end transport which is crossing two borders, then we can always use the same truck as well. So it differs how the processes you are going to see, that is control in that way. Okay. So before you actually create a resource, you again need to have the information from your business about the nomenclature. Okay, because this is an important thing, because unless the nomenclature is known to you, you will not be able to basically, you can create a resource, but maybe the business will not be able. So before you create a, a resource, okay. So first of all, let me show you what are the fields. So this is the resource ID. In case you want to say that I want to use a resource for a particular location and owned by a particular organizational ID. Organizational ID means basically it's based on that means a particular organization is owning this. In that case, you can use our organizational unit ID there. Okay. See, a particular, if a resource is owned by your own shipper, then obviously for that shipper, there has to be an organizational unit assigned to it, right? So because it's your own fleet, right? So you can always indicate in the resource that because it's my own fleet, I'm going to deploy that resource from my own shipment only. So if you have such type of things to be kept in mind, then you can always assign an organizational unit ID because you are the owner of that resource. But suppose if you are not owning that resource and you are getting it subcontracted from other plants or from other entities, then in that case, you can keep this organizational unit blank. So these two things are generally kept blank because if you are using an organizational unit and location, then the resource is restricted to be used only for that particular location for that organizational ID only. Okay. Then comes the resource type. So resource type means whether it's a vehicle resource. So vehicle resource, 99% of the resources are vehicle resource, because this is the resource which can be deployed for truck, trailer, rail car, vehicle, anything. You have got other types of resource like handling resource. Handling resource means if you are using a forklift, it's a handling resource. If you are using a container to move the transport, then it's a container, it's called as a transportation unit resource. Okay. So in major cases, we use vehicle resource as the resource type. And you will have resource class also. So resource class means whether the resource is a truck, trailer, rail car, ship, box, door, forklift, even driver is all resource. So this will help you to identify what is the class of the resource you are going to use. So this resource class actually is configurable. So if I go here, so you can create your own resource class. So let me show you where is the resource class here. Resource class, where did it go? Okay. Yes. So this is the resource class. Generally, recommendation is to use the standard resource class. So if you see, if I'm using a truck, the resource is vehicle. If I'm using a trailer, it's a vehicle. Rail car is a vehicle. Ship is a vehicle. So what type of resource is this? That is identified by the resource class. If we're using a ULD, it's a TU. If it's a container, it's a TU. If it's a driver, it's a. Now, once you enter a resource, you see based on the resource class, you see you're entering vehicle because you have entered resource type as a vehicle. So that's why you don't need to enter calendar, transportation unit and handling. If you have selected there as calendar resource, then you would have gone here. But because you have selected vehicle, so it is under vehicle. And this is the place where you can specify the further segregation. So if you go into this particular master data, if you see here, what I told you under a resource, you have this means of transport linkage. So you can basically link your resource to your means of transport here. And here you can specify what is the equipment type and group. So that means like, yeah. So basically the purpose is, suppose if you want to make a, see that's what I told you. Like if you want to have a segregation within a resource, that this resource is only to be used for those planning where it requires 10 ton capacity or 20 ton capacity, 30 ton capacity. So that means you are making a one layer below your main resource. Okay, so that means you are adding more specific criteria because you saw that in equipment type and equipment group, there were so many data related to that resource, right? Which we actually don't have in the resource master. So if you want to assign so much of attributes which are and means of transfer, I told you, you need to assign a means of transport to a location. You need to have a time zone. You need to have a factory calendar. So factory calendar is required why? Because the operating time of your particular resource is governed by a factory calendar. So if you are saying factory calendar W8 means 5 working days, 2 non-working days. In that case, any type of planning which happens in Saturday, Sunday cannot consider this resource because you are using a factory calendar or W8, which indicates that Saturday, Sunday is a holiday for this resource. And this is the capacity. This is a unit of measurement. All this information you can keep it here. And then if you go into the general data tab, based on the means of transport, all this configuration will be updated. You don't need to do anything. This is the transportation tab. So transportation tab means the information, transportation relevant information for the resource is captured in the transportation tab. So what is the transportation relevant information? So this is from the validity period. So validity period means basically from date to date. So from date to date means basically for which dates the resource is valid. Because sometimes what happens if you are using an aging resource, that resource will not be used throughout the end of the life, right? It can be used for 1 year or 2 years. So you can always validate, specify the validity. So based on the validity, the planning should be done. And this is the resource class. So again, the resource class will come from the header level. In case you have maintained any organizational unit role ID, you have seen in the first screen that if you have not defined any organizational unit, then obviously this field will be blank. If you have maintained vehicle type, vehicle group, it will come here. So in case a vehicle requires any specific service, you can specify the service date. You can specify who is the owner of that resource. You can specify whether this resource is owned yourself, whether it's an externally owned resource or whether it's a leased resource. So if you are using a leased resource, then you can specify the lease contract. This is the registration number of the truck. And also whether the truck has been registered in which country, you can specify that. In case this truck is given by a specific driver, then you can specify the driver ID. You can specify the planning block. So that means in case a resource is defective, you can do a block, a planning block. That means if I'm not. So in this way, you can specify the design code. So once this particular design code, so please, unless you know it, don't do any planning block or else system will not allow you to plan. You can also give a special instruction to the resource. So you can say that the resource is that the resource should be handled with care. If you want to create your own special instruction for your resource, then you can again do a mapping in the configuration where this is the special instruction. So you can give S1 and you can give S2, and my S2 is handle resource is only for expertise. That means only an expert driver can drive this. Just an instruction. Okay. Again, these are not at all mandatory. You can understand these are specific information available for the resource. Then you can also specify a resource condition. So if you want to have a specific configuration, you can always go with resource condition. So resource is good or resource is in. So once you are defining the resource condition, then this is the, if you scroll down, you can specify whether this resource needs to have any compartment profile. So there is a functionality or rather a module called as a event management module. So in this event management module, you can actually specify whether the resource tracking and tracing can be done. So that is this is a tracking and a tracing module, which is event management system. And it can track and trace where is the resource, what is the resource available, whether the loading done, unloading done. So all the generic information about resource and its attributes can be basically done for by event management. And if you want to use event management for resource tracking and tracing, then this tick mark should be there. So event management is a separate module. Okay. If the resource is actually carrying a food grade resource, then this tick mark should be there. And if the resource is owned by a shipper, then the shipper owned resource is there. And in case you want to integrate your resource with your EWM system, because ultimately this truck will actually go into the warehouse where the loading, picking, packing, good issue will be done, right? So for your loading and unloading instructions, so basically when your shipment document is transferred to your TM to your EWM system, it creates a transportation unit. And transportation unit is nothing but the truck with a packaging material into it. So the concept of packaging material with a means of transport actually creates a TU. So it is more from the perspective of creating an object in EWM, where you have a package material, the package material is loaded onto a truck, and that entire combination is called as a transportation unit. So for that, you need to have the packaging material assigned. So if for a particular resource, you are not planning to use that particular truck for your DWM, then don't maintain any means of transport. Sorry, packaging material there.
Okay, good.
And this is the capacity. So capacity information means obviously you can understand whatever capacity you are given in the above. This is the capacity of the truck. You can add also the capacity based on volume, length and all. So if you are maintaining the vehicle type and vehicle group, some of the physical properties will come here. You don't need to basically type in again. But not all information is there. Maximum information is available here, whatever you maintain. So your question, what I was telling you, that if you are using a vehicle type and a vehicle group, all the generic information about the physical properties will come here. Okay.
Okay.
This is the downtime. So downtime means what? Downtime means when a resource is not available for planning. So you say that for entire 1 year, between 12 to 13, suppose my truck driver goes for lunch. So in that case, my truck will not be available for planning. So you can say it's a planned downtime. Or maybe the resource is, or maybe the truck requires lubrication every day for 1 hour between this time. So you can say resource is inactive. So this is the break time of the particular resource where the resources are not available to be deployed. Okay. This is the qualification tab. So qualification tab means basically here you can specify the qualification values. The qualification type means, for example, what type of qualification is required by the driver to drive this resource. So this is again not a very, it's not mandatory to use this. You can skip this. But if you want to create a specific qualification type and qualification value, what you have to do, you have to go for the configuration. So here if you see settings for qualification, tentative names, compartment, registration, in here you have to go here. So I just create another qualification type, say qualification based on not license, but qualification based on distances, for example. Okay. And so the qualification is done here. Then if you go on to the next one, you can also attach an equipment. So attach an equipment means basically what type of equipment is attached with this resource. So if you want to attach any container, you can assign a 20-feet container, etc. So for that you can assign, you have to create a configuration for equipment category. So the equipment category is this. So this is your C1, for example, and I want to assign a particular container for FTL. Okay. So once you're doing this, the next part is your, you can also attach any alternative names. Okay. So you can specify an alternative name for this resource. So I can, if you want to configure an alternative name. No, suppose if you are transporting any specific container on the truck for an intermediate point. Okay. So maybe for a specific location, you are just loading the container and you want to plan the movement of the container on the truck. So in that case, you can say, okay, this container is loaded onto a truck and accordingly I will do the planning based on the truck, but also keeping in mind that my container is loaded into it. Okay. So if you want to have a planning based on that, then you can always specify this. But if you see, this is the alternative name. It's not, sorry, you don't know this. Yeah. Here, if you see, that's why the attached equipment is not a drop down level. It's a free text. You can specify, you may not specify. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, so if you want to use any grouping attribute, you can group a particular resource. I think this part you can escape. It's not mandatory thing and all. Okay, I've never seen anyone doing this grouping of resource and all. Okay, so if you want to create a new resource, you can go here and you can click, for example, I have to create one truck for FTL truck. Okay, I will use the resource type. I will use the resource class. I will use the create button. What was the means of transport? Z01 underscore FTL. This is the time zone. You can specify the dimension. You can specify the factory calendar. You can specify the capacity. It's a small truck. Okay. You can leave a description here, that is full truck load. And here you can give some transportation information, like for example, what is the validity period of the truck from to date in 1 year. You can also specify who owns this truck. And you can specify the registration number of the truck, the registration country of the truck. You can give, if you want to have any instruction, you can give it. You can give a condition. Okay, I don't want to use this. So it's a shipper room. It's not a shipper room truck, so I just keep it blank. You can see the capacity. You can get the properties. In case you want to give the break time, you can have the break time put it here. So suppose the break time is between 12 to 1 p.m. Okay. This is the type of downtime. Okay. If you want to give some qualification value, you are welcome. You can give a qualification type. Okay. So similarly, we have to create for the ship. In order to create it for the ship, so I'll just replace this FTL with FCL underscore ship, and this is the location. Only change you have to do is the resource class. So instead of a truck, it will be a ship. Okay, and this is the means of transport was, I think, Z02 or something. What was that? Yeah, Z01 underscore FCL. In case that this resource is not owned by you, you can always change the ownership to your own resource. So it is if it is owned by you. Okay. And you can give the registration number. Okay, you can give an instruction if required. And everything this is okay. Okay.
Future-proof your supply chain career with SAP Transportation Management expertise. ZaranTech offers in-depth SAP TM training program designed to help you master this powerful logistics solution. With easy-to-grasp online video modules, this course breaks down end-to-end processes of freight orders and shipment management using SAP TM. From transportation planning to track and trace visibility, you will gain hands-on practice configuring and operating SAP Transportation Management. Check out our testimonials on our website from professionals who have become sought after supply chain experts after taking this career boosting course. You will be confident applying your skills in roles like logistic manager, transportation analyst, and shipping coordinator, and more. Whether you want to stand out in your current organization or explore new opportunities, SAP TM skills are highly valued for top employers. Give your resume a competitive edge and enroll in our SAP Transportation Management course today. So, click below the register SAP TM course details. Let me know how I can help answer any questions about growing your skills in the transformational SAP solution.